Good morning, Adityans. I need a little more energy. Come on. Thank you so much. More energy. We have a wonderful session today. Throughout the day, you will have a lot of fun and a lot of learning and knowledge exchange. So keep your minds open. I need energy. So little bit more energy. Good morning, Adityans. Thank you so much. So let's begin. So once again we meet, and it's not coincidence, right? This is our second time coming to Aditya, so it's great. So we are from Iquadra. So Iquadra has made its way back to this incredible institution for the Iconnect 2025. And I want to extend a warm welcome to each every one of you present here today. Thank you. So myself, Priyanka Tripathi, the marketing lead.
And I'm Prateek, I'm the pre-sales engineer.
At Iquadra, we believe in the power of innovation and integration. Founded in 2006 in Atlanta, USA, we have become one of the sought-after IT services companies in and around Atlanta, Georgia for over last 19 years, with our offices in Pune and Nellore, and until 2018 in Hyderabad. Iquadra has been helping Fortune 500 companies with application process automation and digitization of their core businesses. The office in Nellore is dedicated to product development. We proudly claim to be the first IT product companies established in Nellore, focusing on market analytics, competitive analysis, digital marketing, product development, and the implementation of generative AI, machine learning, and deep learning. Our mantra is, be rural, yet go global. I want to repeat this again. Be rural, yet go global.
Iconnect is an initiative by Iquadra Information Services LLC that brings together students, industry leaders, and innovators on a common platform, serving as a bridge between academia and industry. It showcases AI-driven solutions, interactive sessions, and thought leadership. Iconnect's mission is to inspire collaboration, spark innovation, and build a future-ready digital ecosystem with empowered, industry-ready students at its core. To start this day dedicated to sharing knowledge and learning, let's call upon the stage Srinivas Reddy Garu, the Deputy Pro-Chancellor, A. Ramesh, Mr. A. Ramesh, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Mr. Venkat Machavalu, the CEO of Iquadra, and Mr. Kirti Patel, the CFO of Iquadra. Let's have a round of applause, guys. Come on. Let's welcome on the stage Mr. Venkateswar Rao. Let's have a round of applause, guys. What an excellent way to start the day.
I request Mr. Srinivasal Reddy Garu to address the students and give us all the valuable insights and guidance. Thank you so much.
So, respected dignitaries and my dear students, good morning everybody. Yeah, so it is a great opportunity. So we are very much thankful to Iquadra team, especially Venkat Garu and all other team members for conducting this event consecutively second time in our campus. So we are very much thankful to you, sir. So this Iconnect is very much useful for present students to learn what is the industry requirement and in what way you have to prepare for your upcoming campus placement and all those things. So that's why as a corporate social responsibility, so this Iquadra is conducting this activity. So please utilize this opportunity and learn whatever you can, the maximum things what you can learn from this activity. So wish you all the best. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for conducting in our campus consecutively. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So I'll just tell you guys something about Iconnect, right? I'll give you an overview about Iconnect. So with the explosion of the IT industry in India, more and more students now imagine their future within it. And we have, for over a decade now, seen the IT industry grow, and along with it, also seen the academia exponentially evolve, right? 8,000 plus engineering colleges in our country is a testament to that fact. But somewhere along the way, a divide started to form between the industry and the curriculums that were taught in the colleges. And this gulf kept getting larger and larger as the industries kept adapting to new ideas, tech, and solutions, while colleges either remained stagnant or were too slow to adapt. The result? A gap between college education and industry requirements so large that it continues to render a majority of the college graduates in this country unemployable. However, this did not go unnoticed. People on both sides of this divide, with a passion for our field, coordinated to make sure that this gap gets bridged. And this is how Iconnect was born, an event where we bridge the gap between industry and academia. Industry experts such as Mr. Venkat Machavalu, with the coordination of academic figureheads such as Mr. Srinivas Reddy Garu, have joined heads to ensure that we take complete advantage of a relationship that is so mutually beneficial. This is a partnership that enhances the knowledge of students who are hungry to learn and evolve, and at the same time provides the industry with individuals such as yourself who will use their knowledge and drive this industry to heights that were previously unimaginable. This is the legacy that we are aiming to build with Iconnect, shaping promising talents by providing them industry exposure and enabling them to reach their full potential. We have seen an overwhelming response by far. True to its name, Iconnect, our endeavor is to enhance the IQ of each and every student right here when it comes to understanding the industry practices that are widely adopted across the globe. This is a flagship event that we have undertaken with the blessings of our Iquadra management, and Adityans are second-time witnesses, augmenting their efforts to truly collaborate with the industry, and that is Iquadra Information Services LLC and IQUA.ai. I request my co-host Priyanka to go over the agenda for today.
Before going to the agenda, let's play an EV about Iconnect. you so much. Let's display our agenda and let's go through the agenda for the day. So we'll start with a fun icebreaker activity to get you energized and keep your excitement. So Adityans, get ready for a fun session. And then we'll have Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, our keynote speaker, will join us and enlighten us on the topic of personalization at scale, reimagining OTT with AI and analytics, which will be followed by a platform demo of our product IQUA.ai, presented by IQUA.ai team. Next, we'll take a break for lunch and make sure you come energized after your lunch. We have much more fun activities. Then we have another icebreaker session after the lunch to make you energized. Next, we'll have a live on stage episode of IQUIT Talks delivered by our own CEO of Iquadra, Mr. Venkat Machuolu. Finally, a panel discussion consisting of the IQUA.ai team and a few lucky ones amongst you who will get the chance to join the panel. So that's the agenda. Let's begin the show.
So today, with the help of industry experts who have joined us, we plan on imparting a lot of valuable information to you guys. And to make sure that you're all active and receptive to it, why don't we start by stimulating your brains a little bit, huh? Let's do some icebreaker activities to get you all pumped up and ready to go, okay? Okay, so we have some activities planned for you guys, right? We have some questions. We just want to interact with you all. We want to make sure that you're all there. We want to get rid of that morning fog that is there, okay? So let's begin. Okay, some questions for you guys, right? You guys are all aware of SQL, right? Okay, and so go through this question of SQL. What will happen if you run this query? Select star from employees where salary equals null. A, it will find employees with no salary. It will throw an error, B. C, it will return 0 rows, or D, it will return all rows. Anyone? Okay, most of the people are answering A. Let's see what the answer is. The answer is C. Okay. So, okay, that was a try ball, right? We won't consider that. Yeah. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, the second question is, which device is used to connect two different networks? Okay, a networking question for you guys. Who are here from Drive Ready, AWS, and all those things? You guys must know this, na? Okay, is it switch, router, hub, or repeater? Okay, anyone raise your hand? Okay, so, right, many people answered router, so let's go on. Okay, next question. Which of the following uses port number 80 by default? Okay, very, very nice. You guys are all very quick. Yeah, let's see the answer. Okay, so people were correct. The answer is C, HTTP. Let's move on to the next question. Which layer of the OSI model adds source and destination MAC address? Really, transport layer? Okay. Okay, come on, more answers, guys. Okay, many people are answering C. Is it data link layer? Okay, let's see. Let's see. It is C. Okay. You guys are all like, all read up today, huh? Okay, let's move forward. Which of these is not a type of AI? I know you guys are very, very familiar with AI. Okay. Right, so is it narrow AI, general AI, supervised AI, or super AI? What do you think? I'm hearing a lot of different answers. Okay, let's give the mic to someone who wants to answer. Anyone, raise your hand. Come on. Anyone who wants to answer? This is a really interesting question. I know you guys use AI a lot. I just want to see who has their fingers on the pulse of AI. Huh? Let's see. Anyone? Come on, we are all friends here. Okay, so let's see the answer. It is C, supervised AI. Supervised AI is not a type of AI, it is a type of learning. It is the type of training that we give to AI. Okay, so let's see the next question. Which of these is a popular library for machine learning in Python? NumPy. Okay, many people answered NumPy. Are you guys sure? Go through all the options again. NumPy, React, TensorFlow, or Flask? Okay, okay. Now I'm hearing a lot of C. Let's see what's the correct answer. Okay, it's C, TensorFlow. So TensorFlow is a popular library for machine learning in AI. Let's see the next question. Okay, which language is used to style a web page? CSS. Okay. Let's see if the answer is CSS. It is CSS. There was never any doubt. Let's move forward. Which of the following tools is most commonly used for containerization? Okay, a lot of people answered B, Docker. You guys know what containerization is, right? Can somebody tell me what containerization is? We have we keep an eye on the people who are interactive, right? So if you know this, take the chance, seriously. Okay, so the answer is B, Docker. Can someone tell me what containerization is? Anyone? Just a couple of lines. Okay, you guys all know, just don't want to share information. You just want to take, huh? You don't want to give. Okay, let's go. Let's move forward. What does a commit do in Git? So Git, as you guys know, is a version control system. Was that which option? B. Okay, we're hearing a lot of B. Saves changes to local repository with a message. That's correct. Let's move forward. OpenAI recently announced a new version of ChatGPT with real-time voice, video, and multimodal capabilities. What is its model name? Right, I'm hearing different answers. C? Okay, let's see if C GPT-5 is correct. It is. Okay, you guys are all up to date with the latest developments in AI. Next question. Which programming language is highly preferred for AI and data science in 2025? Okay, lots of people answering A, Python. That is absolutely correct. Next question, please. What is the smallest unit of information in computer science? Okay, this is something you'll learn on your first day of college. What is it? Bit? Okay, that's correct. Okay, so we have a picture for you guys today, okay? Take a look at this photo. It resembles a concept that you guys might have been familiar with. You guys are all third year, final years, right? Okay, so you're all familiar with it. Try to understand, what is it depicting? What do you think it's depicting? Any idea? We will not move forward unless we get an answer this time. Okay, we'll sit here and look at this picture till 4 o'clock until I get an answer from the audience. Okay. Give me an answer. Anyone, take a guess. You're all saying it. Just raise your hand. It's just one word. Come on. What do you think? Take a guess. What did I hear? Khalid is there. You guys can ask him for the mic and answer. Anyone who can tell me what this picture is trying to depict? It is a concept that you guys will learn. I'll give you a hint. It is related to oops. Okay. Okay, some people answering. Okay, let's see what ma'am has to answer.
Okay. Here there are two different types of arrow marks where when we combine both the inputs, we get a result in different outputs.
Okay, when we combine multiple inputs, We are getting different outputs. Okay. It is somewhere in the ballpark. I'm just looking for one word. Okay. I'm just looking for one word. What was your name, ma'am?
Sahiti.
Sahiti. Okay. Thank you for the answer. Anyone else who wants to take a guess? Anyone else? Yeah, please.
I think it's inheritance, sir.
Inheritance. Interesting. What kind of inheritance?
I mean, specification and generalization.
Okay. That wasn't very nice. But close, very, very close. It's something else. What's your name, by the way? Lokesh Reddy. Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you. What else? Come on. Any other guesses? Lokesh was very close. Okay. Please give the mic. Khalid. Here.
I think it's actually polymorphism.
That is absolutely correct. You're spot on. What's your name?
Jauki.
Yes?
Jauki.
Jockey. Okay, thank you, Jockey. That is absolutely correct. This is polymorphism. One interface, multiple implementation. One steering wheel, multiple cars. Thank you so much, Jockey. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so Jockey saved us from looking at this picture the whole day. Let's move forward. Thank you, Jockey, again. Okay, we have another picture for you guys. Let's see what this, what you guys can come up for this. Okay. What do you think this is depicting? Now we have words, we have labels. It should be very, very clear what this is. We are having multiple keywords. Khalid, back there.
Yeah, my name is Krishna. I think it looks like a RAG architecture.
It looks like a
RAG architecture.
VAT architecture. Okay.
RAG RAG.
Any other? What's your name?
Krishna.
Krishna. Okay. Any other? Anyone else wants to take a guess? Krishna again. If anyone else wants to take a gander at this. Come on, we have a lot of keywords here. Question, smart retriever, LLM as generator, specific knowledge base, right? We even have the words AI over there. Anyone else? No? Okay, let's see what the answer is. Let's see if Krishna was correct. Okay, it is a RAG model, right? So very, very close, Krishna, but yeah. Okay, you said the same. Okay, you said it's a RAG model. Okay, I misheard you. Congratulations, Krishna. Okay, it's awesome. Sorry about that. Okay, so that was the icebreaker. I hope you guys are all connected with us now, right? So let's move forward.
So Adityans, do we have your attention? I need a shout out. Come on, more boys. Well, okay, so we are two of us here. So I'll take up with the boys team and I want you to take up the girls team, all right? So boys, I want you to make sure that Priyanka's team win, okay? So I want more shouting. Come on. Yeah, thank you so much. What about girls?
And girls, we want more answers, right? We are style over we have style also, we have substance also, right? Okay, so we want more interaction and more answers from the girls.
Yeah, so now we had a fun session. Let's go to some learning part, right? So as we got energized, it's a perfect time to digest some high caliber knowledge provided by, of course, our industry expert, Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, who will be delivering the keynote address today on the topic of personalization at scale, reimagining OTT with AI and analytics. Let's have a huge round of applause. And I request an AV on Mr. Venkateshwar Rao.
So how's the Josh? So how's the Josh? How's the Josh? No? Okay. Okay, so I have seen a lot of energy vibration here, right? Um, very happy to see that a lot of people are up to date on the technology, on the knowledge base, I would say, right? Very, very happy to see this, actually. So I hope whatever that I'm going to, deliver or I'm going to talk about, which is an interesting subject, I think, right? Will resonate with you, right? And then I'll have the same energy that was shown here, right? Okay, shall we start now? Okay, that's fine.
Leader in shaping how enterprises harness the power of data for over 25 years. Our keynote speaker for Iquannect 25 is Mr. Venkateswara Rao, Chief Architect for Data Strategy. He specializes in data engineering, AI-driven governance, and enterprise transformation, helping organizations build intelligent, AI-first ecosystems that are scalable and business-aligned. With expertise across Snowflake, Databricks, and GenAI-powered data ops, he has guided CXOS across industries to build secure, cloud-native platforms and accelerate time to market by up to 40%. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Venkateswara Rao.
Thank you, sir. Stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. I think I have started a little early. Okay. So how many people, so I've seen, a lot of people, talking about AI, and they're very interesting, right? Somebody, said and answered that, it's a RAG model, which is very, very relevant in the, in the current industry right now, right? And I have seen a lot of information, a lot of answers that are coming from, like, the Python, on the ML models, etc., right? So I think, I hope, you all know, you are up to date with the technology, with what's happening in the, in the industry, etc., right? So I want to ask you a question, like, okay, you're talking about all ML, AI, and everything. So what is the base for this AI models to run, right? What fuel that it needs, right, to run these models? Anybody answers this? Data, right? Exactly. So how do you think that, whatever the data that's there will enhance or will help these AI models to run, right? Where this data is generated? Who actually generating this data? So anybody, like, can answer, like, what is data? And how do you generate your data, and where this data is being stored, or, how that can be used, etc. Anybody, please? Anybody? Okay. So what is that we are talking about, right? So a lot of things are data generators, right? Nowadays, in this current technology trends, right? Even the keynote speaking, the note that I'm giving, right? The information that can be used in different purposes, right? You can analyze the thing, and then you can say what is the behavior, what is the analysis of this, the speech that I'm going to give, or the information that I'm going to give. You can analyze anything, and then you can get insights of that, and then you can use this data in somewhere, comparing with somebody's thing, or maybe comparing with your own knowledge base, etc. Right? So this is how the data is generated right now. And this is all ad hoc data that I would say, right? The other data that we can see is the machine, like IoT, sensor data, etc. That would be generating a lot of data, right? So how do you think that, where this data is being stored, and then where this data, how this data can be, used for different purposes, right? So, for example, say, when you have your machines, right? Or say, for example, you are watching a TV, right? And there's a lot of information that's going on, right? So you think that, it's only some channel is going on, or somebody speaking, etc. But there are other people who can take that data analyze that. Say, for example, there are some news channels, okay? You take 5, 6 news channels for a particular day, and then you store that data, analyze that data, make sure that what will happen in the future based on the information that's been given by these news channels today, right? Can you predict what will happen tomorrow? Say, based on last 1 month's data on, say, between Ukraine and, the Russian war, and predict whether this war goes into a different escalation mode, or will it subside, or how it impacts the other nations, or how this will, impact the lives of the people, etc. So do you think that somebody is speaking something on today's information, right, will impact tomorrow? So this is what the data power is, right? The data will do for you, right? Okay, so these are all very serious matters that I don't want to involve you people to to go into different mood. Let's take an example of say any OTTs. Okay? You watch OTTs? So how many OTTs are there? I mean, in India at least. Anybody? No? No answer? Okay, I'll tell you for you. Okay, we watch Amazon Prime, right? Netflix and AHA, and there are some other things, right? So how do you think that, first of all, what is OTT? Any answers? Full form of OTT. You can Google it and tell me, no problem. Okay, it's over the top, right? So what is OTT, right? And then how the OTT airs and from where? Say, for example, you take Amazon Prime. So where do you think that this OTT's content is originated, how it is aired, and how it comes to your TVs? And what happens, right? You want to see some movie, okay? Say, for example, one genre of movie where it's all about heroism, jumping through the fire and doing something and etc. Right? So, but when you go to the next thing and the next minute, you'll get the same kind of content. Like, say, for example, YouTube, right? You watch some kind of content, and then it recommends the same kind of content in the next time when you browse, right? How do you think that it knows about your patterns, or how it knows about your mindset, and then it shows or it recommends the same kind of content for you? Did you ever think that how this happens? Right? So this is all about data. This is all about analyzing that data and recommending you what is your personalization, and then involving you in that same kind of OTT platform, so that they can generate the revenues, and then you will have your enjoyment, right? So that's how the business goes. Okay, forget about how business goes, right? But now on the technology side, so how do you think that all these things will happen? So where this data is originated, how this data is distributed, and then when you watch your TV, right? Say, for example, Netflix or Amazon Prime, it gives you the same kind of streamlined, without having any lags or delays or no kind of disturbance. Like if anybody of your forefathers or anybody says that when the Doordarshan time was there, we used to have lot of disturbance, right? They used to say that rukavat ke liye khed hai. So that means it used to stop for some time, and then it will air after some time, right? So those things are gone now. Everything is streamlined. So why do you think that, and how do you think all these things will happen? Right? Any idea? Anybody can try to attempt this? Did anybody think about how this happens? How the data is moving, right? How the content is moving from one point to another point, and then it reaches to your TV, and then whatever that you watch, what kind of genre you watch, right? It recommends the next set of, say, movies or series or anything, right? So how do you think so? How this happens? Yeah, please. Can somebody give the mic to you?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think it has to do with the data warehouses and how they are tracking our data as we are using the applications. Let's say.
That's great. That's great. Okay, thank you. Anybody wants to attempt this? Okay. Now, say for example, do you think that, okay, your OTT, say for example, Netflix, right? Netflix is a global company, right? You know, it is, the company is in somewhere in US, right? But do you think how it airs only the Indian content, or Telugu content, or Hindi content, right? And also, when it comes to the personalization, your own style of watching, etc. Say, for example, you watch certain kind of movies, humorous movies in the evening, right? And some bhakti movies in the morning, right? So, when you switch on your Netflix, it gives you a recommendation of such kind of genre based on the time also, right? Did you ever check this out? So how this happens? So this is all about the data analytics. So they capture this data, they capture the way that the content will come, they capture the user's behavior, and it airs the type of content into so like for example, how you watch that movies, right? Okay, let's go deep into how this happens from the beginning, okay? So there is nothing that, okay, there is one place where they upload some movie and then it will come through, some layer, transport layer or some HTTPS, and then your TV will receive that, right? So there is something called, there's one place where they air all this content, or they'll keep this content, and then based on certain applications logic, it airs. And then there's something called CDNs, content distribution networks, where the CDN is very, very famous or very, very popular in the distribution side, right? Of distribution of the data, etc. So it distributes the data across the globe or across wherever the network is there connected, and then it delivers the same content or same kind of data, right? Now, okay, somebody is airing, but how do you think that it reaches your TV, right? How your TV will capture, how your TV will remember your profile, right? And remembers your previous history, and then it gives you the same kind of genre, right? Okay, let's go deep into how this happens. Okay, so I don't want to touch how these movies will be aired through by the Netflix or some OTT, but there is something called how do you store this data? What are the complexities in storing this data, right? How do you process this data? And then how the analytics will be generated out of the processed data, so that the OTT platforms, right, will recommend or will take this input as to their recommendation engines and then personalize that, right? It takes a particular areas or particular group of people's data, analyzes that, and then it personalizes the thing. So this is a very complex thing that happens behind the OTTs, right? We normally come after hectic work or maybe after the college hours, right? You go home and then watch TV, and then you do a lot of things, right? You seek, like you forward, you stop, you pause, or you stop it, and then you go to the next movie suddenly, right? All these things. So this is all happens. This is all data, whatever that you do, right? All these events will be captured, will be stored, processed, and the actions will be taken based on that processed data. So that will help both the OTT, say, companies, as well as the users, right? You understand? Is it like tangents for you, or is it like interesting? Interesting. Thank you. Good. Anybody from that side? Interesting or is it sleepy? Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. Now, okay, few questions on this, right? So how do you think that, how many OTT users are there across globe? Say, for example, in India, how many users are there, at least? How many people watch OTTs, different OTTs, say Netflix, Amazon Prime, kind of things? Somebody's raised their hand. Sriramji, no, not for you. I know you don't know that. Okay, you're encouraging them. Thank you, thank you. So somebody raised their hand there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think there are around 5 to 6 billion users, 6 billion users, right? They use OTT on everyday basis. 6 billion users. So how do you think, can you imagine how much data it generates? How much data it generates, right? Huge data, right? Because normally it is not like, Doordarshan time, like whatever that they show that we'll just see and then close the data thing, right, TV, right? It is like you have your own choice. You have choice of your content. You have choice of, in the content, say some movie is going on, you don't like, say, a song, you skip it. Or you want to see the song, say Chiranjeevi song, you want to repeat it, thrice or four times. Then you can repeat it, right? Or you can do anything that you want it. Or you can lower your volumes, or you can increase your brightness, right? Anything that you can do. All this is data that is being captured by these OTT platforms. Use that data. 5.5 billion users across the globe, petabytes of data that will be generated. Okay. Okay. Now, as I said, there are two things. One is you take this data, store that data, process that data. That is all your data analytics. That's where we are going to discuss now. Okay. The previous thing is like how the data content would be generated, where the content would be stored, users, all those things, right? So that is how the platform will work, right? Okay. Now, what are those characters or what are those users that are there in this platform, right? So there is a OTT content, OTT users, and the revenue models, right? Because OTTs has to earn money, right? So for that, what they do, they ask you to subscribe. They ask you to pay, right? And there are some OTTs or the content channels, like say YouTube, where anybody can go and watch anything. So how do you, how they make money out of that? Any answers? So how YouTube makes money? Sorry? Advertisements, right? So that means their revenue model is ads. So what kind of ads that they show and where it should be shown, right? There is a pattern, right? Because user will be annoyed when they start something and then suddenly an ad comes. Or sometimes an ad comes when they begin something, which is interesting, right? That means how it thinks that it is interesting. So how many of you know that ads will generate what kind of revenue and how the ads would be aired, whether it is one ad or 2-3 ads per pod, it is called as pod, right? So this is all about your data. You are giving the data to them to identify when to air the ads, and then they generate the data revenue out of that. And there are some other, in the same YouTube, say, you can subscribe so that you don't get any ads. So in that case, are they going to lose the revenue? So there are patterns, like how much revenue will be generated per person when they air the ads, or if they want to take the subscription. It is say 179 rupees or 200 rupees per month in India. Whereas the same thing will change in US, right? So all these all are machine learning AI-based tools that would be generating this analytics out of the data that you're giving. Okay, so what are the characters that we have? We have the OTT content that is streaming every day, that the events that we normally call, and the OTT users, the revenue models, and what kind of users are there, whether they are registered or non-registered, subscribed, what kind of subscription, golden subscription, silver subscription. There are a lot of subscriptions out there, right? And how much data would be, how much revenue would be generated out of these subscriptions, or how much data would be generated out of the ads, when to air ad and all this. So these are the 5 things that are the data generators for this platform. Okay. So now, OTT data that is coming is streaming data. That means it's real time. It is coming like, as I said, 5.5 billion users across the globe. Every day they are watching the TV and then they're generating huge data, petabytes of data. Say, example, only the Netflix, which is the biggest OTT, which generates minimum to minimum, say, 10 billion events per day or per week. The numbers may change, but whatever that we have done as part of our service to one of the OTT platforms in US, where we have that OTT is not very big, but very famous in the movie industry, right? They generated around 5 million events per day, 5 million events. Each event is around 40 KB file, having some logs and other things, right? And along with that, the users that would be used, that will be using this platform, and the kind of subscriptions that they have, the revenue models, etc., data. There are some 5 to 6 kind of different data sources out there, which aids or generates this data. So do you think that, 5 million events, if you think that, okay, 5 minutes, okay, let's lose this data, is this okay? Losing some data is okay to, do the analytics, proper analytics? No. That means your technology stack should able to, capture this data without any loss, and it is streaming. So this is a real time. So real time capturing, telling you, like, even in your next, IT industry days, right? It is very, very important that you should not lose your data, and capturing a real time data is not that easy. Not only capturing, right? Analyzing that data. So that is also another complicating thing, right? So now, this data, how that can be captured? And when this captured, this data has to be, married, or, it has to be joined with other data that is generated, that, like, say, user. Say, for example, you just subscribe something, and then you immediately start watching something, some movie or something, right? So the analysis should go that this particular user watched this data, and then based on this, you recommend something to him, right? It's not that easy. It's very, very complicated tech stack that is, doing all these things for you behind the scenes. Getting it? Or boring sleeping? Interesting. Were you interested? Okay. 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 Can you go to the next slide, please? This one, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. So we talked about all these challenges and everything, right? What are the challenges? How the data would be, captured, and then users' behavior, etc. Now, this has also been discussed. So 5 million daily events. I mean, this was around 2 years back. So this might have changed to 8 or 9 million events per day. And then each event size is around 20 to 30 KB file, and the daily volumes are more than 100 GB of data. Okay. So there are different registered users, guest views, how the ads would generate the revenue, etc. And now, coming to the technology that we are talking about, right? This is the architecture that we have used, high-level architecture. We have used the cloud, Azure cloud. How many of you know there is something called Azure cloud? And who actually owns the Azure? Somebody on said, correct, Microsoft, right? So can you tell me what are the other cloud providers are there? AWS, right, great. Other one? Sorry? Google, okay, good. So what do you think that, what is cloud? Can you give the mic, please, Tripathi? Who wants to answer? What is the cloud in? What is cloud?
Cloud is something what we pay for what we use. We use and we pay for it.
So what you use and why should you pay for that? What you use?
Many cloud storages
Okay.
for storing data or
Okay.
analyzing.
Okay. Good.
It may reduce physical components.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your name?
Okay.
Satya.
Thank you, Satya. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody wants to answer this in a different way? Okay, fine. So now you go home, okay? So you have all your computers or laptops, right? So what it contains? It contains a CPU, that means a processing unit, right? And then it contains your storage, it contains different, web servers, application servers, etc. So who owns all these things? Because it is your computer, you paid for that, so it is your own thing. That means you have to buy it, you have to maintain it, and you have to upgrade it. Okay, you have to buy the licenses, etc. Right? So just think all this infrastructure, that whatever that you're using, if somebody is providing you for that, how easy it will be, right? Somebody is providing a storage for you, somebody is providing a processing unit for you, or somebody is providing, say for example, an application server for you, or a web server for you, and they are maintaining it. For that maintenance, and then for that, there is a fees that you are just paying. So as Satya said, you are using those services and you are paying it. But are you really owning those services? No. Somebody owns that, and then they provide you all the security, all the services, etc., and then you just pay for that. And the moment that you don't want to use it, you don't want to pay. Just think that the same infrastructure, if you want to buy, it is very costly for you. So that is the difference between your data centers or your cloud and your cloud. Got it? So cloud is, not a rocket, it's not a rocket science. It's only the infrastructure that somebody is maintaining, and then you are paying for them just to use those services. And then you have the choice, right? And whatever that you want to use, you use them and then you pay for that. Okay? So it is easy, right? On a cost, maintenance, etc., it is easy, and it is cheaper also sometimes if you properly manage it, right? So now we have used Azure. Azure is Microsoft's one. So Azure-based cloud to run these complex technology, use cases, and then that's how that we have used Azure cloud. Okay. Okay. Now, what kind of services that we've used? So Azure gives you a lot of services, right? So one of them is, because we have to capture this data, right? The streaming data that is being aired, having huge data, right? So that will be captured through something called event hubs. There is something called a service called event hubs where it captures this data without any loss. Mind you, this is all without any loss. But in a different unknown condition, say if there is a loss, say for example, the underground, undersea cable being cut, and then there is no network or something. Okay, so in that case, what happens? This stores that data, whatever it captures, right, before that point of origin, it stores the data for 7 days, and then it again, whenever there is a connection happens, then it takes that data and then processes that data out. So that means effectively there is no loss of data. And you know that nowadays data is like gold, is more than gold, right? You have the data and then you are the king. And that's how this Facebook or all this social media, they all become giants, right? That's how, because it's all your data only. And then data is gold for them, right? Okay. Now, we talked about CDN also, right? And any questions on the CDN? Or till now, that whatever that we talked about on the functionality, how it happens for the OTT platforms? Any questions? There are two things. Either you all understood or you're all confused. Okay. Okay, great. I think because as an optimist, I think you all understood the things, and then we can move on, right? Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. Let's before we talk about analytics, right? We'll talk about how this data will be captured, and then married. The complexity is it's a real-time data that is streaming in without having any interruption or anything. And then that data needs to be captured. That needs to be married with the other data. That means as a user who actually subscribes to that data, or the user wants to see certain kind of genre of content, for that, this user is one of the many users or million users that platform will contain. But it has to be personalized. Right? How this will be personalized? So the data that is coming from our millions of users, but this needs to be processed, and it needs to be it needs to be personalized to a particular person or particular region. Can you air, say, all the Tamil movies in Rajahmundry? People will go on dharnas, right? So how this happens? Because it's on a regional wise. And you cannot watch some Albanian movies in India. And they cannot watch some Hindi movies, right? So this is how this application will work out based on the analysis of the data. So users' data is important, users' behavior is important, and the ad revenue and other things are added to that particular data, which will be processed. Okay, now AI-powered analytics applications. Real-time tracking of user demographics, user preferences, device preferences, and geographic distribution for content strategy optimization. So somebody watches TV on Samsung TV, or maybe on a Sony TV, or on a Apple, maybe tabs or something, right? iPads and other things. How this will affect the content? Or will it affect the content, or will it affect the other parameters? That is important, right? So an iPad resolution is something different than the Sony TV, very big QLED TV will be different, right? So the user's experience should be same on your iPad, on your mobile, and on your TV. So this all happens it will capture your device also. Okay, there's something called user agent, where it will have its own parameters, it will have its own browser. So the browser will send and receive the data always. So if you change your volumes or anything, based on that, it analyzes, and then it gives you a proper resolution, proper volumes, etc. Brightness and everything, apart from the default ones. Okay, so that's important. And the second analytics are based on this user's behavior. Say for example, a particular movie, okay, which its volume is very less. Okay, and then people started. It's a famous movie, so a lot of people are watching that, but its volume is very, very less. So they all put it to the maximum. So this is also an user behavior, right? And they have to correct it. So they take this information, like, why particular movie or particular content in particular region, they increase their volumes to the maximum than the previous set of volumes. Normally there will be a pattern, right? Say, I put it at, say, 35 or 40 units or something, right? And why people are, pumping it to 75 or 80? Right? So then this analysis will go back and then say that this particular content has some problem, so rectify that. Okay, so that kind of user's behavior that it will have it. And recommendation engine, as we said, all these things will go into an AI-based process unit where it will process, and then it recommends what kind of content that you want to see, what kind of content you should not see, and what kind of content being banned by the government or something, right? It gives you A+, A certifications, and based on that also, it changes a lot of things. Okay, and then behavioral intelligence we talked about. Okay, any questions till now? I want more interactions from you. Any questions, please? You all understood? Okay. So what is future? Not only future, even in the current trend also, it's the data driven, right? So all companies, they are moving from their core competence, say for example, a manufacturing unit, right? They're all becoming data driven companies now. You know how Amazon started? Anybody wants to answer this? How Amazon started in the beginning?
Once again, thank you. I don't know, I'm not pretty sure, but I think it started as a bookstore.
Very good. Yeah. Very good. Very good. What's your name?
My name is Jauki.
Doubt.
Yes, Jauki.
Thank you. Good.
Jauki.
Jockey.
Exactly. Thank
Jockey. Okay. Good. 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 Great. So Amazon started as a bookstore. So somebody, they started saying that, they want books in a rainy day, and then there was no delivery that time. So you have to go to the bookstores and buy something. So it all started like that, They got an idea that, okay, somebody wants a book, and then why can't we deliver them to their home, right? So it's all started as a simple, small thing, and now, do you think that Amazon is a bookstore still? Or do you think that Amazon is a retail store? Or do you think that because of AWS, do you think it is a technology company? And how this growth had happened? And AWS or the Amazon is really helping the technology world a lot because of all these LLMs, a lot of technology services being provided by AWS. A similar thing with say Meta or Facebook. Facebook also started as a simple thing, right? They want to connect between two friends. And do you still think that it is only the connecting friends platform? No, right? They're all data-driven companies now. How those companies are being driven? Their generation, when the revenue, being driven out of them, it's all about the data. You stop using Facebook, and Facebook will be down, right? And they also the same thing. You cannot stop using Facebook or Instagram or whatever it is, right? So it's all, every company nowadays are becoming a data-driven company. So the future is data. Okay, anybody wants to go into the IT industry, right? You have to, on some time, right? Whether you are a full stack engineer or AI engineer or data, whatever that, you have to talk about data. You have to work on the data, because you see anything, any website or anything, it contains only two things. Did you ever notice that there is some data residing someplace, and there is a wrapper how to use that data? you think that's an application. You generate the data, or you give the input, or use that data. So there are only two things. All these SaaS products, they have only two things. One is your data and your wrapper around that. You call that wrapper as your A application or a BI report, or maybe a website or anything, right? You take anything. Say, for example, Facebook. The data is residing somewhere, and then there is an application. I mean, how you put the data there and then get the data out, right? So everything is data, and the applications around that. So now people are getting rid of these websites, and they are talking about agents. It's the same thing. You have the data, apply the data, or take the data out, or put the data in. Use that data, right? So everything is becoming data-driven. So if you want to become a good IT engineers in the life, and I hope, because of this enthusiasm and the way that you guys are, getting this knowledge out, the latest things, I hope definitely that you'll have your journey towards data, AI, and everything, right?
Yeah.
And this helps our product. I think Venkat will talk about that.
Have a question for you.
Sure, thanks.
Krishna wants to ask you a question. It's about the data again, and the amount of stress that you're putting on data. I wanted to ensure one of their students asked a question and make these boys and girls aware how important the data is. So you guys need to understand the emphasis that he is putting on data. So if you had seen his talk, he had mentioned data at least about, maybe 50 times overall altogether. So it's data holds such important prominence, doesn't it? So now Krishna would ask a question, and you may, Mr. Venkateswara Rao may get into a theoretical answer, obviously, a detailed answer, because he's a detailist. He loves to be detailed. And this question definitely demands a couple of minutes of answer. So go for it.
I would like to have such kind of challenging things. Thank you. Thank you, Krishna. Thanks, Venkat.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Yeah.
So you have been mentioning about data for a long time. So could you please explain how the industry uses the data? We have been hearing about structured data and unstructured data. And maximum, as you have said about Facebook, it would be on unstructured data because it will be text, images. Most of them are images.
Right.
So how would you deal with them in the industry?
So if I understand your question, you want to understand how this unstructured and structured data would be used in the applications, right? How this data will be processed, right?
Yes, sir.
Very good question. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just want to go behind, some years back. Great. And not only clapping, I would request other people, or I would expect other people to answer such questions, right? Thank you. So when you go back certain time back, like say, for example, 15 years, 20 years back, right? So you have all structured data. You have to, whatever the data that you want to use or you want to generate, right? That has to be very, very structured, right? It has to be in a table. It has to be stored in a very, very, highly tied up databases, which has lot of restrictions on how to use or how to generate the data, etc. But as the technology evolves and as the demand, evolves from the people, now you don't want to have very, very highly structured data only, right? You can generate your data on the text or images or the videos or the audios. Because sometimes, can you think that Oracle 6 or Oracle 7 or maybe a SQL Server, the previous versions, can hold your image data? No. It cannot hold your audio data, video data. No, it cannot. It cannot be processed. It cannot be even stored. So forget about processing. Now the technology evolved so that you can have your audio files, video files, text images, etc. And then there are processing units, because you're not only storing, right? You can should process that data, get that data out of that particular image or particular audio, and then summarize it. That's what AI is doing right now. So you upload your image, and then say an image contains a lot of text, or say, for example, the, the pilgrimage centers around Rajahmundry. There is some pamphlet. Okay, so you go parse that data through OCR or some technology, get the information out, use that information for a question that's been asked, like, how much distance is there from Rajahmundry to, say, Kakinada, Annavaram? And then it should give you, right? How it is getting? It is reading that data and then getting it. So the technology is now evolved in such a way that you can put any data, anything which is called data. As he said, it is not only the audio, video files or text images or unstructured data. It will have its own structure, but we normally call it as unstructured data, right? And then you have your machines. That's what I want to show you in the first slide. That, say, for example, in a manufacturing unit, some machine is running, and you have to think that, okay, particular device in my manufacturing unit, how much time it will come, and then when to replace that unit or particular device. Or in a hospital, in a CT scan will have lot of parameters. So how my temperature is influencing my CT machine, whether it is giving me 100% accurate images out or not. Okay, so all these things are information that's been churned out, processed, and then it gives you an analysis. And my CT brain scan, somebody has some tumor, and then it has to analyze and then say that it is a tumor, it has to be addressed out immediately. So this is all, it has come from the image. The IoT sensors, it is giving you different parameters, it is a different structure, unstructured data, right, Krishna? So this is all to be processed. It has to be captured, it has to be stored, it has to be processed. So all this technology has to be evolved. So do you want to get into the technical aspects of that and how it should be processed? I think it should be all tangents for you, right? Because it needs a lot of other information to understand these technical terms and how this data will be processed. Okay, very good question. Any other questions, please?
Thank you, sir,
Great.
for the clarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hope you understand that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Is it because of the lunchtime, your tea time, people are a little drowsy today? Breakfast. Heavy breakfast, I think. Okay, any more questions? Yeah, thanks. So can somebody give the mic to him? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, generally, whenever we are going to store the data, we are using the SQL or NoSQL databases. Whenever storing the images, video, and these types of the data, mostly we are going to using the non-SQL like MongoDBs. Or some textual data, we are going to use the SQL, like text or this type of the data. So how the NoSQL is easy or it will be the accessible for videos or images, sir?
Very good. First of all, if you can able to answer, what is SQL or SQL and why they are saying no SQL?
Sir, in the SQL, this is the structures in a table, like a table. So you are going to declare this is the name or like that. Already we need to declare before putting the data. But in the NoSQL, like a MongoDB, at the time of codings or what type of the field we required.
No, I got it, but why do you think, or anybody can answer, why do you think that is no SQL? Do you think that it doesn't need any SQL to process that data? Or SQL kind of statements to process that data? Say MongoDB, he said, right? MongoDB takes the documents, right? So do you think that while processing that data or taking that data out for processing, SQL will not work? Okay, it's about when you say no SQL, it is not that, it is not a SQL. it is not only SQL but something else. Okay, that's a jargon that it normally comes out. Okay, so everything that you have to process that data, there is a pattern to process that data. Okay, so for example, audio and video that you talked about, right? So audio, video, or anything, right? Or say for example, I just want to go to the history. When you say any sentence or any word on your computer screen, how that is normally stored on your machine, say in your laptop. It's all about some object code, bytes, bits, and everything. Can you go and read that? No, you cannot, right? Similarly, when you have your audio or video, right, or images, right, it has its own pattern. Okay, so when you convert that into numbers, right, and then store that in a matrices, there is something called, there is a pattern of storing this data. So you read that data and then summarize that. Okay, so an audio or video directly cannot be read. It has to be break down into, say, something called machine coding. We used to say machine object coding, right? That kind of code, and then get that data out and then read that out.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Got
sir.
it? Okay, great.
Thanks.
Very good question, yeah. Any more questions? So if I want to ask you questions instead of me, right, which will help you to understand more about technology, what kind of questions that you'll be asked and how to answer them, etc. Our product is the right choice for you. Okay, because this gives you a lot of questions, and it actually evaluates your knowledge, and then it suggests you, how to improve your knowledge and then get into a right job for you. Okay.
Hi,
Yeah,
sir.
thanks.
Giving data to AI is harmful. Nowadays, giving data to AI is very harmful to us.
Yeah.
How can we prevent that?
Very good question. Very good. I think I should give big applause to her. Okay. Okay, great. There is something called data privacy, right? That's why a lot of people will say that don't keep your personal data on the social platforms, etc. Because you've seen a lot of harmful effects of keeping your personal data on that, right? But without giving you your personal data or some kind of personal data, this kind of AI-based data analysis will not happen, right? So there is some restriction, and what kind of data that you should give, and what kind of data that should not be used by the providers or the people who are actually using that data, right? So there is something called that's why governments will come up with compliances, regulations, and etc. Right? Say for example, in US, if you go to any hospital, or even in India, right? When you go to a hospital, you have to give all your information. You have to give your name, your age, your weight, whatnot, all your clinical parameters and whatever that. It is all highly personal data that should not be used by anybody else. But how these, the hospitals will use that data? They should certainly take your data, but they shall not reveal your personal data to anybody else. And then they themselves should not use this data. There's something called a PII data, personal information data. So that is, how to restrict that data, and how to, how to make sure that it will not go into the wrong hands, etc. So every country has their own data protection rules. India has its own data protection rule, which is very, very good nowadays. And at GDPR, there is something called European Union data protection laws. And you have CCPA in the US. For healthcare related information, there is something called HIPAA. Okay, so now there is a big kind of a conflict between governments, the data protection associations, or the government, right, especially, and these AI companies, that if you don't relax some of these regulations, we cannot use your data. Okay, so but ourselves, do you think that giving your Facebook data, that okay, I'm going here, I'm happy with something else, I'm eating this, that, and you're giving every day, every minute. So you yourself are giving, and then Meta will have a long list of disclaimer or some agreement, right? Where you normally don't read all these things and you will not have time to understand all these things, and then say you agree. So that says that, no, I'm going to use your personal data. That means you are giving an consent that to use your data. But for your question, that there is a certain rules, PII rules, GDPR regulations, etc., which will protect your data, not to go into the bad hands of the others, right? Very good question, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And for on the AI, there is something called guardrails, where your application, you should put your some kind of guard railing. That means, some kind of protection that it will not be used or it will not be revealed, right? But there are something had happened, like say, for example, somebody asked like how to suicide, and then OpenAI had given you a very long list of how to do all the information, right? So it is evolving, but certainly it is not advisable to give your personal data to everybody, right? Okay, very
Thank
good.
you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, hope you all like this session. So if you have any more information or anything, you can always reach out to Venkat or any of his team, and then we'll all help you out. Okay? Thank you all. Thanks all. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Venkateswar Rao. That was our keynote address for the day on the topic of personalization at scale, reimagining OTTs with AI and analytics. So let's again have a huge round of applause for Mr. Rao. He took time out of his very busy schedule and graced us with his presence here at Iconnect 25. So you guys are all, either you are all freshers or you're going to be freshers very soon, right? So you are all getting into that groove of finding jobs, isn't it? Right? You guys are all, nearing that stage of campus placements and everything. So as a fresher, I believe, because I was also a fresher like not that long ago, the task of that job hunting is very, very daunting, isn't it? It's very huge. There's a lot of FOMO involved. You guys know what FOMO is, right? Anyone who knows what FOMO is? There's a lot of FOMO about finding jobs, right? Fear of missing out. You guys are seeing your colleagues get internships, get job opportunities. You're feeling like so many things are there that you have to juggle at once, isn't it? There's interview pressure, there's upskilling, okay, there's networking, all these things you have to juggle at once, you have to do at once. Now, if only there was a way to address all these problems, right? If only there was a platform that could maybe help me do all of these things at once. Let's think of an AI-driven end-to-end interview platform, right? Which will not only help me upskill, but also find job opportunities. What if something like that existed? Wouldn't it be great? Right? Yes or no? Right? It would be great, right? Well, good for you, it already exists. And it's called IQUA.ai, right? So I want to call upon the stage my colleagues, my co-host Priyanka, who's our marketing lead, and Khalid, who's our digital marketing lead, to tell you guys all about IQUA.ai, right? The stage is yours, guys.
Thank you, Pratik. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Hi, once again. I need energy, guys. Let's make this more interactive. So I just want you to raise hands, all of you. Just raise your hands, all of you. Come on, all the way to the top. Everyone. Yes, come on. All the way to the top. And say good morning. Yes, thank you so much. So keep up the energy. Let's make it interactive. And it's not something very serious. It's just knowledge sharing, right? So I'll have certain questions to you. It's all basic questions. So please do answer, okay? So what's on the screen? Yeah, so what's on the screen? Read it. Once more? Okay, so do you have any fears? What are they? Facebook? Placements, okay. One fear, placements. Anything else? Stage fear. Okay, first is placement, second is stage fear. What else? Come on, guys. It's simple, basic life questions. Okay, so now we got two fears. So one is placements and other is stage fear. Okay, write it down. Everyone, I think you have laptops and paper and pen. I've seen everyone is carrying laptops. So just write it down. Open your notepad and write it down. What is your fear? Placements and stage fear, right? Come on, I'll give you 20 seconds, write it down. Just writing, guys, no need to discuss, just write it down. So now we know what is your fear. Let me know what is your goal. Come on, guys, what is your goal in life? Anyone? Let me have group answers. What is your goal? Okay, I'll tell you something. You just tell me you agree with me or not. Getting placed, is that your goal? Agree with me? Raise your hands if you agree with me. Everyone? Okay. So your fear is your goal, right? So your fear is your placement, and your goal is also placement. So how you'll come over it? Right? Write it down. What is your goal? Write it down. Your goal is to get a job, right? Is that enough? What else you want? What else you want? High salary job, right? It's not just about getting a job, it's also about getting a high salary. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Thank you so much, right? So your silent fear is placements, which is very important, and your goal is also to get a job, and that also with a high paying salary, right? So what is that you have to do to get this goal? To get near to this goal? Any idea? Anyone? All of you are third years, I believe. Some of you are even fourth years. Should be knowing by now what is that you have to work on to get near to your goal, to get a good job, to get a high-paying salary. It's a basic life question, so it's not rocket science, right? We all think about it every day, that I need a job, I need to work on these certain aspects, development of skills, communication. Do you agree with me? What all we need? We need communication, right? Do you think writing about yourself on a resume will give you a job? Right? There were days when people used to read resumes and they used to get impressed. Oh, such a wonderful resume. I've never seen such kind of a resume. But times have changed now. Reading a piece of resume will not get you jobs. You have to sell yourself. What is selling yourself? So what is the first round in an interview? Self-introduction, right? So in self-introduction, what you do? Why do we have self-introduction? Anyone, can anyone turn the mics around? So why do we have self-introduction? Anyone?
Anyone who wants to answer that? Why do we give self-intro in interviews?
Okay, I'll tell you why. That is our selling point. We're trying to sell our profile. Do you agree with me? Right? So in your self-introduction, you're trying to sell your profile by explaining, I'm good at this, I can do this, I'll do that, right? Yes, so that is the best part where you can sell your profile and make a first impression. So giving a self-introduction is very important, and make sure that self-introduction should be unique. It should not be same as everyone else. So selling your profile is very important. Do you agree with me? Yes. So today, I'm here to give a product demo about IQUA.ai. Can you repeat with me once again? IQUA.ai. Once more. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm doing this because I want you to register this name, IQUA.ai. So that's the platform name, IQUA.ai. It's an AI video interview platform that mimics in-person comprehensive interview, right? This platform will make you employable ready and placement ready. Write this down, everyone. What IQUA.ai will do you? It will make you employable ready and placement ready. Repeat with me once again. It will make you employable ready, placement ready, right? I'll tell you how. So as I said, it's an AI interview platform backed by AI technology that mimics in-person comprehensive interview. So first part of this interview is self-intro. So what I said to you, you have to sell yourself in, when you're giving a self-introduction, you have to sell your profile so that the interviewer will get impressed with your profile, right? So in our platform, the first part of the interview is self-introduction, where the AI will ask you, tell me about yourself, right? Anyone here can come onto the stage and introduce themselves? Anyone?
Okay, just a 30-second introduction of yourself, nothing else. Anyone who wants to do that? Right there, okay.
Thank you so much, come on.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Lokesh Reddy, and I am from computer science background, third year pursuing in Aditya University, and I have completed my schooling from East Godavari district. And my primary goal is to become a software developer where I can build a real-world project in a reputed company. And my skills are, I'm good at using C++ and Python, and I'm also a front-end developer at data analyst also. And I'm proficient in Power BI, and my secondary goal is to get, of course, placed in a reputed company. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you so much. That's a wonderful introduction. So now what did Lokesh do here on stage? He gave self-intro to the audience, that is you. So what happens in this platform? You give your self-intro to AI, right? So what does AI do? It processes your self-introduction. AI will understand what you're speaking, right? So that is the first part of the interview. That is self-intro, right? Let's talk about the next part of the interview, which is technical round. So what happens in technical round? Any ideas? What kind of questions are asked in technical round? Wonderful. Coding. What else? Technical interview. So what happens in real time? You walk into a room, you hand over your resume, and the recruiter, they'll read your resume and ask you questions, right? Is that the case? Yes? Right? So same thing happens in this platform, IQUA.ai. You upload your resume, and then AI will read your resume and ask you questions on your resume, right? So we are training you how to answer resume-based questions. So that is the first part of the interview, resume-based questions, okay? The second part of the interview, interactive questions. Any guesses? So now, Lokesh Reddy has come onto the stage and gave us beautiful self-intro, right? Do you have any follow-up questions about his self-intro? Any follow-up questions, what he spoke?
Anyone?
So, Lokesh, can you come over here? I have a few follow-up questions. Let's make it fast. The lunch time is coming up. Nothing technical, okay? So, you said your primary goal and secondary goal are getting into a reputed organization. Can you tell me what, according to you, is a reputed organization?
I mean, reputed organization in the sense the company need to value my skills, and they should treat me with core values, what I am. And I need to enjoy the work culture too. So a reputed company in the sense a company where they will treat me with their core values and assign me some good projects, and they respect my skills and my personality too.
Excellent. Now, respecting your skills and personality. So skills, we understand you got some Python skills. Now, can you elaborate about your personality, please?
Like personality in the sense how the other people interact me, how our communication will be, how they value me, like my decisions and all.
All right, so why don't we put a break here? I'm convinced with the way you answered. And what intelligence do you see in me? Is that human or artificial?
Humans.
Thank you. You recognize that. So IQUA.ai, well, I'll let Priyanka take over now, and she will talk what intelligence is ingrained into IQUA.ai to ask you questions of this kind when you guys give that elevator pitch. Elevator pitch or self-introduction. Self-introduction, right? So elevator pitch or tell me about yourself answer or self-introduction, isn't it? So what is it that IQUA.ai do in reaction to listening to the introduction that you gave about yourself is what Priyanka is going to talk about. Okay? Thank you.
So as you see, Venkat has asked few follow-up questions based on Lokesh's self-intro, right? Am I right or wrong? So same thing happens in our platform, IQUA.ai, where our AI will listen to your self-intro and ask you follow-up questions to train you how to answer questions that are instantly asked, right? So first, resume-based questions, and then interactive questions based on your self-introduction. What do we have next? Any guesses? So what are your skills? Anyone? Third years? What are you studying? Any subjects? Please name them. Do you have Python? Say yes if it's there. Loud. Do you have C? Java? What else? AI? Okay. So what happens in this platform? You can choose the skills that you're interested in, right? So you can choose Python, you can choose C, you can choose C++, you can choose Java. If you're a student from ECE, or you can choose microprocessors, circuits. So depending upon which department you belong, and depending upon your interest, and depending upon what kind of a job role you're looking for. A software developer would choose C, AWS, Java, right? So based on your interest, you can choose the skills, and the AI will ask questions on chosen skills. So what is the best part here? You're getting trained in resume-based questions. You're getting trained in interactive questions. You're getting trained in skill-based questions. Wonderful, right? So in this platform, we have n number of skills that you can choose, right from MBA department, core engineering, we have IT, we have pharma, all the departments that you can attend interviews here. So depending upon which department, which job sector you're choosing, you can choose the skills and you can attend the interviews, right? So what is the next part of the interview? What is the last part? Yeah, right, come on, louder. Right, wonderful, HR questions. Why do you think HR questions are important? Why do we have HR questions? You're going into a company, you're sound at your technical knowledge. I think that should be enough, right? Why do people ask you HR questions or behavioral questions? Is behavior very much important in a company? Yes. Wow. Okay. Any justification? Why? See, Lokesh is good in C and Python. I'm good enough with that. I don't want behavior part. Why it's important? Anyone? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think your work ethic and how you interact with others, because you're in a team. So if you're not able to interact with people in a team well, then you won't be able to do your work efficiently. So since we're a team, we should you should be able to interact with everyone and have a good behavior so that you don't disturb anyone in your workplace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's totally right.
Yeah,
Do you agree with him?
Yeah, jockey. So a follow-up question for you. So interacting with others is a key thing in a corporate culture, obviously, the teamwork, right? So does college teach you how to interact with others? Does it act as the breeding ground for you to better your cultural affinity with others? Does it? So was ragging a part of it? No? Oh, there's no ragging here? All right, you're smiling, so I need your answer on that. Let's record it. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question. In my honest opinion, yes, there might be cases of ragging, but I haven't come across it myself. And interacting with the other students here as an international student, having to do group assignments, having to do presentation, that teaches you how to interact with anyone on an international scale rather than on a national scale if I was in my country. So I do believe that I'm earning some skills that will help me in team building. But as for the other things that you asked concerning ragging, I am not in a position to answer that. And my honest opinion is I haven't seen that in this college yet.
Well, firstly here, I like to applaud Jauki for learning diplomacy to the core. So he's been very diplomatic in the way he answered back. So he made sure no controversy erupts, and he made sure the answer is nice and clean, and he never encountered ragging as such. So which is fantastic. Kudos to Aditya's management for ensuring the kids, the students, are disciplined. Number one. Number two, he also talked about international student, being an international student, working with one who had born and brought up here. He was felt at home. That's how it sounded. And kudos to the local Kakinada or the Rajamandri or Surampalam youngsters out here, and all the Telugu folks and the Indians in general for making an international student feel at home. Good. Nice to hear that, Jauki.
Thank you so much. So, as I said, HR questions, behavioral questions. Do you agree with me? It's important? I need a strong yes. Yeah, because you're going to sit for placements in a couple of months, so you have to know this, the importance of every set of questions. So HR questions are very much important. Even though you're pro in your technical skills, HR questions are important because the corporate checks for your behavior. They see your attitude, your behavior, personality, how you communicate, right? Communicating with your teammates, communicating with your managers. It's very important. So they test you. They test you how you can take the pressure, right? So answering these technical questions is important. At the same time, answering HR questions is also very important. So you have to get trained on that aspect as well. So what we have here, you're getting trained in resume-based questions. Next. Yes, I want. It's on the screen. Read it out. Second, third, last. Wonderful. And I want you to remember this. What is the first part of the interview? Next. Next. Then? Wonderful. Right. So what happens once you're done with the interview? Any guesses? What happens? You go to a campus placement, there's an interview, you gave your self-intro, and you have done with your technical interview. What happens next? Anyone? Either you get hired or get rejected, right? Yes? That's what happens based on your performance. Right, based on your performance, either you get hired or you get rejected. So same thing happens in our platform, IQUA.ai. Once you're done with your interview, the AI will give you performance metrics, how well you have performed in an interview, right? So it gives you a detailed metrics of your interview. So what happens here? You have chosen your skills, right? As shown on the screen. These are the skills that you have chosen. It gives you performance metrics on your chosen skills. And then you have performance metrics on your whole interview, the total interview. And you also have performance metrics for each question that you have answered, right? So how many metrics we have here? 3. Skill-wise metrics, total metrics, and question-wise metrics, right?
Okay, Priyanka, I would like to interject with a question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Do you think that Jauki will get a good score in the HR questions?
Okay. So HR questions. So HR questions are something that it depends from person to person how they answer, right? It's not like HR will ask a question and every person is different. They have a different personality, right? So we can't judge how they're answering based on the personality. So everyone differ from each person. So we don't have stats on how it gives you performance metrics, but they'll consider the answers, right? We can't give the metrics like you got 10% or 20%, 30%, because everyone is different, and HR and behavioral questions are very generic questions to see your personality, your behavior, what kind of attitude you have. So it doesn't give you metrics, but we can understand what is this behavior trait and all, right? Thank you. Is that? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Pratik. So as I said, we have 3 different metrics: question-wise metrics, skill-wise metrics, and overall metrics. So what is the importance of the metrics? Anyone? Why do you need metrics? Why do you need evaluation? So what happens in real interviews? You go, you give your interview. Good case scenario, you'll get hired. Worst case scenario, you're rejected. But you don't know the reason why you're rejected, right? In this platform, it gives you reasons, right? To make yourself better, right? Evaluation is very important so that you'll get better with each interview, which doesn't happen in real interviews. You just go to the interview, you perform the best, but you don't know why you got rejected. You don't know the reason. right? In this platform, you have the evaluation where you can make yourself better with each interview, right? So that's why we have 3 different performance metrics. And then we have AI analysis report, which gives total report about your interview performance, right? Let's see what are they. See, as you can see, the AI will give you overview of your performance. It talks about how you performed, and then it will give you skill-wise graphical representation of your performance on the skill-wise metrics. And then it will also talk about your technical knowledge, right? So it will talk about your technical skills, and it will give you graphical representation of your soft skills as well. What are soft skills? Communication. On which language? English, right. So the AI will check your communication skills as well. And it also check your interview savviness. What is interview savviness? Anyone? We know communication. What is interview savviness? Okay, I'll give you a scenario. For example, I walked into a room, my interview is happening, and someone asked me a question. I'm answering the question right, but I'm not confident enough, right? I'm not looking the person in eye. I'm just looking down and answering the questions. I'm not confident. I'm stuttering. So what does that make? I'm not interview savvy, right? I'm not confident enough. So the same thing happens in this platform. When you're answering questions, you have to look into the camera, right? It's a video interview platform where you have to look into the camera and answer the questions with utmost confidence, right? So that is interview savviness. So the AI will see your interview savviness as well, how confident you are, right? So that is also been predicted, it's also be evaluated by AI. So that's about AI analysis. And it also gives you strengths and areas of improvement. What are strengths and areas of improvement? So the AI will understand your performance in the interview and give you strengths. So these were your strengths in this particular interview, and these are the areas of improvement you have to do in these particular topics. So what is the advantage of that? What is the advantage of that? Anyone?
Anyone who wants to answer that?
So it's giving you an opportunity to self-learn, to understand what mistakes you have done, right? So teachers, professors, they don't have much time to tell you these are your mistakes, these are something you have to work on. They'll tell you once or twice, but this AI is always with you. You keep attending interviews, it will always tell you these are your strengths, these are areas of improvement. That's for your self-evaluation so that you'll get better with each interview. So as I was saying, we will get better with each interview. How many interviews you have in IQUA.ai? Any guesses? As I was saying, you'll get better with each interview. How many interviews? How many interviews do you need to get better, to be pro in interviews? That you're not scared about communicating, that you're not scared about stage fears, you're not scared about interviews, you can do excellently self-intro, you can do excellently technical round, HR round. How many interviews do you need to be pro? Anyone? Just tell me your number. 300. Okay, that's what I heard, 300 interviews. That's a good number, right? So we provide unlimited interview chances. What it is? Yes, unlimited. So yeah, we want students to be employable ready and placement ready. So we're not taking back on that. We're not giving you some 10 interviews or 20 interviews. We're giving you unlimited interviews so that you'll be employable ready and placement ready. Yes, so that is the goal. So I was saying in the beginning, our agenda is to make you employable ready and placement ready, and at the end of this session, you'll agree with me why, right? So I would like to call Khalid on stage to continue, but I'll come back and make sure that you agree with me that with this platform, you will be placement ready and employable ready. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hello Aditya. Before I continue, before I go on to the next slide, I will start by making you understand the importance of this platform, okay? So, what have you understood about this platform? What is this platform, everyone? The name of the platform? I'll come down because I like to interact rather than staying on stage. I will come down and let's interact, okay? So what is this platform's name? Okay, so what is this platform? It is a, that's all I hear. Gatiga cheppandi. What is this platform? Interview? Almost, you guys are almost there. This is an AI-driven interview platform. Gatiga cheppandi malli. It is an AI-driven interview platform. So what you can do in this platform? Anyone? Raise your hand. Anyone hand. I just need one hand. Anyone? Everyone was answering until I said raise your hands. The moment I said raise your hands, come on, just one answer, one line answer. Raise your hand and it's a simple answer. What do you do with this platform? Huh? Your name?
Sadhna Patel.
What do you do?
To get prepared for interview.
To prepare for your interviews. That's one answer. Can you please clap for her? Because she stood up and answered. That is why. Anyone else?
Rupa Gayatri have another answer.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you do with this platform? She's afraid. She's afraid. She's like, no, I don't want to answer. That's okay. Do you want to answer? Okay. She's camera shy. She doesn't want to answer. That's okay. So you prepare for interviews in this platform. Okay? You can prepare for interviews in this platform. That was one answer that I got. Okay. Why do you need to prepare? Why do you need to take interviews? Huh? To?
In a professional way.
To practice professional. I did not understand you. Can you repeat?
Become a proficient in what you are learning.
Okay. To become a proficient in what you learn. You're almost close. Okay. So I'll try to give you. I'll give you a scenario. Okay. I'll give you a scenario and then I'll relate it to IQUA.ai. Okay. A personal one. Okay. Even I am an Aditya alumni. If sorry, I should have said that first. Even I'm a student from Aditya. I was also sitting in one of those corner seats at one time. So which is why you guys will probably relate to why I'm going to say this. Okay. Thanks. So when there was campus placements, as you guys mentioned that it's your silent fear, right? There were like n number of campus placements that I have attended, and I remember the ADP was the first one that I've attended personally. And then I sat there, okay? I took the interview very confidently. I was very prepared. I was like, right, no one is going to reject me today. I went in with that full confidence, okay? I sat there and they asked me one question. First question. It was a very simple one and I had that answer in my mind. But what happened? I couldn't answer. Okay? Point number one. Everyone, okay? I want you guys to remember the things that happened to me. So I'm sharing my personal experience so that I could tell you about Iquadra. The first thing that happened to me, they asked me a very simple question. I knew the answer. I couldn't answer. I couldn't speak it out. Okay? That's one thing that happened. And after that, they called in, I was lucky enough to be called for a second round. Still, yet. Okay? And then again, this time, I was very confident. Okay? I sat there, I spoke, and I think that interview the second round went around for like 30 minutes or so. 30 continuous minutes. We were talking. So now I have full confidence in myself. I'm like, okay, I will get hired, pakka. But then, I came back home, no mail, no response, nothing whatsoever. I was like, what? The interview went very well, right? So now I'm wondering, was it the first question that made me miss the opportunity? Or what, did I say something wrong in my second round? So is there any way of me knowing now what happened there? No, right? I can't. Because of that, I was like, I don't want to go to placements anymore. I don't want job. So that is what happens to us, okay? We go to interviews, we attend interviews, and then we get rejected, but we don't even know why, okay? Which is why this platform is here for you to attend interviews with AI, the same interviews. You can attend in this platform, and then it also tells you why you're not doing well. So do you think this platform will help you? Yes or no? Exactly. So that's what this platform does for you, okay? It gives you an opportunity to attend as many as interviews as you want, okay? Not only one. I can't go up to ADP and tell them, give me one more chance. They'll say, go, get out. Which is why, in this platform, you can do that. You can take as many as interviews as you want, okay? And then, you'll also get feedback from the AI, right? Something that you will not get. Because even, let's be honest, even corporates are very busy. They have lots of stuff to do, which is why they certainly miss out on giving you feedbacks, okay? That is why in this platform, now tell me, now I need answer now. What can you do in this platform? What do you do in this platform? Amazing, no more mistakes. Your name? Lokesh Reddy again. Claps for Lokesh Reddy. What do you do after knowing your mistakes? How? Practice. Taking another interview. Practice. Your name? Huh? Clap for Sanjay as well. Throat got tired, sorry. Either way. So, that was up until multiple chances of interview. In this platform, you get multiple chances of interview. You get to attend interviews multiple times until you are perfected, okay? From then, Priyanka, can I get the presenter? Okay, so I'm back on stage now. So, you've understood the benefits so far? Yes or no? Do you think this platform is beneficial? You haven't heard it yet. There's more, there's more. So, you get to attend multiple interviews in this platform, okay? And now, take a look at this picture, okay? I want you guys to take a look at this picture and tell me what you think about it. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Take 20 seconds and take a look at that picture and tell me what do you think about it. Anyone? Anyone wants to answer? You want to answer? Anyone? Anyone? Jockey again. The star of the show.
I think that's how recruiters treat us. Like, if they receive our resume, they're like, just another resume. Then they throw it away without giving us any feedback, and our confidence goes low.
Amazing. I mean, can you clap for him? He has been answering a lot today. Okay, any more answers? Any more? That was a fantastic answer, by the way. Yeah, he did get that right. Anyone? Anyone else want to say something, talk about something else that, what idea does this picture give to you? Sir. Oh, sorry.
Recruiter is searching for so many resumes and offering many people trying to search our best resume. Student is trying, his resume is very perfect. Is trying to proficienate his resume to impress the recruiter or HR.
Sahiti, that was an amazing answer from Sahiti. Can we please clap for her as well? That was an amazing, because students put in effort on making their resume stand out, and recruiters are like, these are all the same, okay? I'll ask you a question. Raise your hands if this feels relatable. How many of you guys have resumes right now? How many of you have copy pasted it from your friends? Huh? That goes like, okay, should I? I noticed you. So there are quite a few hands. Even I did that back in my time. Okay, even I copy pasted my friend's resume. He copy pasted someone else's resume. And like my entire class had the same resume. Just names changed. So that's something that happens very more often, more commonly. Okay, so nothing to be embarrassed about it. But there is something to learn from it. Okay, so the student, they prepare their resumes and they share it to the recruiters, and the recruiters are like, oh, it's the same thing over and over again. And imagine, okay, you write on your resume that you are good in Python. Let's just take Python as an example. You say that you're good at Python, okay? And your friends also said that he is good at Python. How will the recruiter know that one guy is better than the other? Is there any chance by looking at a resume that the recruiter can tell that one guy is better than the other? Gatiga cheppandi. No, right? Written cannot be a proof of the skill, right? But what if you can share the entire interview that you have attended in this platform? Will that interview showcase that you're better in that particular skill? Be loud. I can't hear you guys. Exactly. So sharing, there is a feature where you can share your entire video interview that you've attended. Let's just say you've taken 10, 20, or 300 interviews, as someone said. Okay, you've attended 300 interviews in this platform, and you share the best, you can share the best interview with the recruiters. Okay? The entire self-introduction, technical interview, HR, and all this interview, you can share it with the recruiter. For them, for now you can say, yes, I'm good at Python, and here's the proof. Okay? So that's where share interview comes in. And then there is another feature. Okay, let me explain you how you can also share your interview as in. How many of you paste LinkedIn links on your resume? Okay, I see quite a few hands. Okay, there's a lot of hands. Okay, so, can you display? So the same way, you can share your IQUA.ai video interview link on the resume as well. Okay? And then there is another feature called sharing snippet. How many of you are aware of personal branding over here? Raise your hands again. 1, 2. Okay, do you guys post on LinkedIn regularly? Why do you do that? Okay, I'll answer it for you. To showcase your knowledge, right? To showcase your knowledge and to show how proficient you are in your domain, right? That is why we post on LinkedIn. Okay? So in this platform as well, what you can do is you can share, let's just say again, 300 interviews you've attended, okay? And there is one specific question that you felt like you answered it amazingly well, okay? You can share that one particular snippet online, on LinkedIn as well, so that you can showcase your knowledge, okay? In a different way, as in, you can share that particular snippet online as well. And then there is Code Evaluator. This is for the IT students that want to upskill on coding skills as well. Because in this platform, not only you are getting stronger with interviewing skills and communication skills, you can also improve your coding skills, okay? There is a Code Evaluator where you can practice your coding in this very platform. So, that's this. And there is a student progression report. What do you understand by progression? Anyone? Can anyone say what do you understand by progression? Progress. What is the meaning of progress? Huh? She was answering until I looked at her. Okay, I'll close my eyes, then you guys can answer. So, this is a report, okay? This is a report where you can see how much of an improvement that there has been for you, okay? Let's just say you have taken one interview. For second interview, how much of improvement has been there, okay? For third interview, how much improvement has been there. You can see you'll get specific charts for you to understand, are you progressing or not, okay? and then English language assessment, okay? So in this platform, you can also strengthen your English, okay? You can take your English language assessment in this platform where you can attend tests based on listening, reading, writing, and speaking, okay? 4 modules of understanding, okay? Listening, reading, writing, and speaking. So you can take tests and you can improve your English as well in this very platform. So as you can see on the screen, reading test, writing test, and listening test. So you can do that in this platform as well. And now, there is something that is coming soon, this feature, Japanese language assessment. How many of you are familiar with the language Japanese? I think quite youngsters are very much aware of the language Japanese as well these days. Anyone? Anyone?
How many anime watchers here?
I was about to come there.
Okay, yeah.
How many of you are there? How many anime watchers?
Who watched Demon Slayer recently? Okay. So many people.
There are so many people. So I guess probably you are proficient with Japanese language as of now. So in this platform, okay, there is a feature that is going to come out soon for you to practice your Japanese language assessment as well because of the job opportunities that you can get in Japan. Okay, I'll show you a video. I'll show you a video snippet real quick. Can you have the audio on this, please?
And on top of that,
okay, can we pause it for a second?
From
Did you recognize who this person is? Who is he? Amazing.
And on top of it, we are also encouraging the students to learn Japanese language.
Okay.
From last 3 years, we are doing that.
Why Japanese though?
So again, like, Japanese law, there is a decline in the population. In the CM gar kuda cheppar, like, there is a decline in the population. Japanese was one of the country. So students are having technical skills and, and they learn the Japanese language. There are opportunities where they are being placed from 25 lakhs to 45 lakhs package.
Okay.
So students ki engal job kavali, and when you're adding an international.
So what have you heard? Job opportunities in Japan. No one wants to miss on that, right? Especially anime watchers. I believe, which is why there is a feature that is going to be coming soon in this platform where you can also practice your Japanese. Okay? So far, do you find this platform helpful? Do you like this platform so far? Okay. So there is also another module in this platform. This platform, basically, I'll tell you in a small, short phrase, this platform is everything that a student needs to land your next job, okay? That is how you need to remember this platform. This platform is a platform, it's like a package where it has everything that a student needs to land your next job, okay? So in this platform, you can also practice your aptitude. Why aptitude? Why? You guys are all third years, right? Okay. So normally, when you're going for your campus interviews or your campus placements, the first round is amazing. You all know that. That's very good. Gattiga cheppandi. So do you think you need to practice that as well then? Amazing. So that's also something that you can do in this platform. You can practice your aptitude, where you will be getting questions based on arithmetic and good. So that's my IQ. And then you get upskilling focused content material for you to improve, okay? We provide you with focused content material, okay? Let's just say you have attended interviews on Python and Java, okay? And now, what we do is we send you focused content material based on the skills that you have selected so that you can understand, okay? Let's just say you are weak in some areas of Python and Java. We provide you with the study material, with the content for you to improve on that as well. Don't you think this is amazing? Yes. You're all out of energy. So that is something that we also provide. So do you agree with me when I say that this platform is everything that a student needs? Amazing. That was a strong agree. So this is how we send the focused content material to you. And then there is also SME sessions. Okay? What is SME? Anyone knows what is SME? Okay. SME is subject matter expert. Okay. These could be people who are working in different corporates, okay, who are there registered in this platform, okay, with whom you get to interview, okay. I'll explain you this feature. After every 6 interviews that you attend in this platform, okay, this feature unlocks, okay, SME sessions, where you can book a one-on-one Zoom session with the subject matter expert, industry expert, okay, and then you can get interviewed by them, okay, and then they'll also give you feedback. Imagine you as a fresher that is looking for a job, get to talk to someone who is already within the industry, 5 years experience, 4 years experience, 10, 30 years experienced people are interviewing you and also giving you feedback. Don't you think that's amazing? Yes. So that is also something that is provided in this very platform. As I said, after every 6 interviews, you unlock this feature where you get to speak to someone who is already within the industry that you're interested in. Okay? And now, I would like to call Priyanka, and she will list out the features once again.
Thank you, Khalid. Hi, everyone. I need some energy. Come on, guys. Yeah, so you understood about the platform? So do you know all the features now? What all we have? Let's read them out together. Come on, first, AI-based interviews. Come on, read with me. AI-based interviews. Multiple interview chances. Performance metrics. AI analysis report. Share interview feature. Snippet share. English language assessment. Japanese language assessment. My IQ test. SME session. Student progression report. Upskilling focused content. Code compiler. So now what do you understand with this, all features? Isn't it the platform that you need to get placement ready and employable ready? Because we have everything. IQUA.ai has everything to make you employable ready that recruiters are looking for, right? This platform will make you a strong candidate. This platform will make your profile much more better than what you have right now, right? Because it's training you in every aspect. Am I right or wrong? Everything, right from self-intro, technical, HR, aptitude, English language assessment, Japanese, everything, code, right? It's a one-stop platform to get trained and get placements, but it's not just about getting a job, it's about getting higher package, right? Right. So listen a testimonial from your senior who has spoke about IQUA.ai. I'll just show. Sorry.
Hi, this is Gautam, a final year computer science student at Aditya University. Recently, I had the chance to use Iconnect, an AI-powered video interview platform, and it was a game changer for my preparation. The platform offered a practical and personalized approach, helping me to focus on various programming languages and front-end and back-end and database. What stood out for me was the instant feedback and skill-based assessment and detailed performance metrics. These features not only pinpointed my strengths, but also highlighted areas where I could improve. It felt like having a dedicated mentor and guiding me everywhere step of the way. Using Iquadra.ai significantly boosted my confidence, and now I feel more prepared to tackle real-world interviews. I highly recommend Iquadra.ai to anyone who looking to sharpen their interview skills. A heartfelt thanks to Aditya University and Iquadra for this incredible opportunity.
Do you want to guess the package he got? 70. 17. Okay. Any more? 20. Okay. Much more. He got 52 lakhs package. Hash AI company, right? Can you imagine? So yeah, that's what IQUA.ai does to you. It's not just about getting job, it's getting high package job, right? So start using IQUA.ai right from your first year. That's what we recommend. But right now you're in third years, you can use this platform to your fullest. You can get internship opportunities, you can get placement opportunities. So that's about IQUA.ai. Any questions?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
So, we are attending interviews in this platform. So, how the videos are, how will you make it? What is the privacy for it? Can everyone see it, or only us can see it?
No, actually, it's just you who can see the interviews. We don't have any access, not your management. It's just you. But the active profile, the profile that you want to show to recruiters, okay? So you have an opportunity, the best interview, you can check it as active profile, which profile will be showed to the recruiters. So they'll have an opportunity to look into your profile and hire you. Other than that, all the interviews will be with yourself. No one have the ability to check your interviews.
And any interview that is shared is password protected. So you have the application will generate a password when the interview is shared, and the one who is reviewing your interview will have to give all of their details, and their details are validated, and only after that is when they can view your interview. So we talked about, Priyanka and Khalid talked about sharing the interview on LinkedIn platform or on your resume. When you share the interview, the URL, it's password protected, okay? So we ensure, this is a global product. This is not a product that's just made for Aditya or, the local colleges out here. This is a global product which is being used in United States as well. We understand how important data privacy is and individual privacy is. Great question. What's your name?
Satya, sir. Satya.
Satya, excellent question, Satya. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya. So as Venkat said, it's password protected. So you have the access to the password. You can share the password to the person you want to see the interview, right? So it's up to you. It's your decision, right? So I hope that question answer is cleared, right? Any more questions? Okay, we have a question.
I do have a questions in technical part also. So you're taking interviews in AI based mode. So I have doubts, like I was integrated that type of project in my platform named Ghost Coder. So what I faced is that much human interaction is not getting in the AI. So some more placements interviews, like some HRs will take more time. Is there any time specific to take in that AI, like 30 minutes or one and a half hour?
So in this platform, it's not time specific. It depends upon how much time the candidate takes to answer the questions. So we have different modules. If you want to attend interview just on HR, so you can choose HR questions, and HR questions will be displayed. So it's not time bound. You can take as long as you want to answer each question. So the real thing is here, when you go to the real interview, there's no timer, right? The candidate has as much as time to explain the answer. So same thing we have followed here. You can take as much time as you want to answer the question.
And also AI will also ask with the...
AI will ask you follow-up question. As I said, interactive questions. Everything you're speaking is understood by AI. It's understanding and it's processing, and it'll ask you a follow-up question. So that is interactive questions.
Yeah, okay. I have another question. Like, is there any face detection there in the AI, like the emotion detection? Like lot of people are facing stage fear like that. If we attending an AI interview, lot of people is facing, like me also facing lot of pressure in my face and all. Did you take that metrics and not?
Yeah, as I said, we have interview savviness, which detects your confidence, right? So how you are looking into the camera, whether you're answering while, you're stuttering while answering. So all those are detected. So it checks your personality, it checks whether you're looking into the camera, your shyness, all those are detected. Based on that, it gives you interview savviness, right? And then the communication as well, how fluent you are.
And also, my suggestion is, now in industry, not only resumes are taking, ma'am, like they are taking some GitHub repos or GitHub projects, so how they technically work on the projects and all. Why didn't you add that feature in that AI, like taking the GitHub, like checking all the projects in that GitHub profile? Like, why didn't they ask about projects and all in that,
so
like on HR or TR?
So I said the AI asks resume-based questions, right? So when you upload a resume, you have links in your resume, right? So the AI will go through all of it. It will understand and it'll read your resume, understand your resume, and ask you follow-up questions, right? And I want Venkat to answer that.
There's something called a profile page. So when you subscribe, so you have the job application tracker, you have the My Interviews module. So they're like, it's a quadrant. So you got the job application tracker, My Interviews, and then the profile, and then there's My Secure folder, which is coming up, which is similar to DigiLocker, okay? So in the profile page, you got an opportunity to upload any certifications that you have and the GitHub repository links that you want to upload or save, all right? So when the recruiters or the hiring managers who are subscribed into a platform, when they see your active profile, they not only see your interview, not only see your elevator pitch, not only see your performance metrics, they also see your profile, okay? Provided you marked the profile as public. So the privacy control that this girl Sahiti was asking about, even a recruiter who is subscribed into a platform can only see your profile, the videos on your profile, your first name, last name, your phone number, the videos of your profile are all redacted or, blurred out or, they're hidden. Only your performance metrics and the skills on which you attended the interview, those are the ones which the recruiter who is subscribed onto your platform, and that guy is validated as well. We do the validated as well. The recruiters on our platform, we do the KYC diligence. Know your customer. Do you know this term, KYC? So know your customer is something that we do on a platform to all the recruiters or the companies which subscribe. Let's say Kedarnath fakes up saying that he's a recruiter who gets onto our platform and then looks at everybody's profiles. No, that cannot be done because you need to have your own domain, you need to have your own company, that is validated as well. So, if you mark the profile as private, they can only see the skills that you attended the interview on, they can only see the performance metrics. Then, what happens? Then, the recruiter will send a request to you, asking you, hey, Harsha, right? Sorry, not Kedarnath, Harsha. So, hey Harsha, can I view your interview? If you say yes, you'll get a cell phone notification, you'll get an email notification. So if you say yes, that's when your interview gets opened up for viewing of the recruiter. The recruiter can view your profile only then. All right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir, clear, sir.
So is it all bases covered?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So is your suggestion taken in already?
Yes, sir, taken.
Any other suggestions, feel free to give.
No, sir.
The young talent, the Gen Z, or what do you?
Gen Z, sir.
So are you guys all Gen Zs? Gen Zs. It's a tongue twister, right? Gen Z. Yeah, I can say it. So all the Gen Zs, you guys have fantastic talent and amazingly, advanced minds. Because if you organically, in a nice way, use the social media, there's avalanche of information, huge amount of information. So you guys can give a lot of feedback to us. Feel free. We're always open. This product is not like it's developed and it's done. It's a continuous evolution. There's a continuous investment that's going on in order to make this product better and more robust. So we'll continuously keep working on it. Your feedback is very important. Khalid and Priyanka are, fantastic demoers. They're like demo warriors. So once on stage, they rock it. Thank you. Excellent job, Priyanka. Excellent job, Khalid.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? I need questions from girls as well. Girls, come on. I know I'm in voice team, but I can call on Pratik here. Come on, Pratik.
So any more questions before we go for lunch, guys? No? Okay, I think we have covered all the bases. Thank you to our demo slayers here, Priyanka and Khalid. Yeah, that was a fantastic demo. Thank you. And I'm sure you guys have digested a lot of information up until now, right? We had our keynote address, we had the demo, and I'm sure you guys are hungry for more, isn't it? Right? We are hungry for more. I'm sure you guys are hungry in general also, right? As are we. So we'll do one thing, right? Before we move on with the rest of the session, that was our first half. Let's take a lunch break, okay? And come back refueled, right? Come back re-energized. And we have much more planned for you guys today, many more exciting sessions, which are going to be very valuable for you all. Before you guys leave, by the way, I'll just tell you guys, there's a panel discussion in the second half, right? We'll be joined by a panel of industry experts on stage for a discussion, and we want to give you guys the chance, right, to join that panel, okay? And have an on-stage discussion with them. So we'll do one thing, we'll set up a bowl at the edge of the stage here, right, with chits and a pen. You guys, those who are interested in joining the panel can write down your names in those chits and put it in the bowl. And we'll draw 5 lucky students at random to join the panel in the panel discussion later on today. Okay, is that clear? Right? So we want some more participation, okay? Can we have it, guys? Let's not be scared because the panel is here to interact with you. This is the entire idea of Iconnect, okay? Bringing academia and industry together. And there's no better way to do that than to have everyone on stage interacting with each other. Okay, so is that clear? Right? So those who are interested can come and put their names in the bowl.
Guys, this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. Young minds, youngsters don't often get the chance to, be involved in a panel discussion. So please, interested people, go ahead and give your names. As I said, young minds and, young people don't often get to do a panel discussion. So anyone who is interested, you can go over there, okay? And write down your name on the chat and we'll pick the lucky 5 people.
Okay, so you guys can leave for lunch. Again, those who are interested, please come up front. The bowl is right there on the edge of the stage. Please write your names and put it in the bowl, okay?
So I'm pretty sure Harsha would have used a lot of help, have taken a lot of help from the AI tools in order to build the products that he already built. Is that correct? So why not all of you try and do that? See, I remember in Venkateshwar Rao's speech or talk or the presentation about the OTT platforms, he used the word intrigued. What's meant by intrigued? What's getting intrigued? Anybody? Okay, the spelling of intrigued is I-N-T-R-I-G-U-E-D? Yeah, all right, G-U-E-D. So intrigued, getting intrigued. As a matter of fact, I used to pronounce it as intrigued, okay, because it's G-U-E-D. Later, I got to know it has to be pronounced as intrigued. Intrigued is nothing but becoming curious, right? Kutuhalam, Telugulo, curious, right? So when you look at your cell phone, when you swipe up, swipe down, swipe left, swipe right, don't you get curious on how the hell this phone reacts to the touch? That's getting intrigued, right? So when Venkateshwara sir was talking about the OTT platforms, so don't you get curious on how the hell Netflix got to know or AHA got to know what I wanted to watch, right? So today you watch some movie, tomorrow AHA or the OTT platforms tell, hey, these are suggestions for you because you watched certain movie. So those are the data points that are collected. Now, going back to this topic of discussion, the curiosity in your mind is the key for you to build new products, right? The pain points that you face in your life probably can be automated to alleviate, to reduce the effect of those pain points, right? See, you face problems in life, you solve problems in life, you move on to a different problem in life, you solve the problem. That's the life journey. Now, AI tools have given an opportunity for you to solve some of the pain points that you guys face. So curiosity is the key. Got it? So as long as you're curious, as long as you want to learn and develop based on the things that you become curious upon, then you are a winner. And that is what corporates look for. In case Harsha kind of persons probably could get into a startup. So if right investor is available, then he can probably start his own company, become an entrepreneur, isn't it? So that's the platform Aditya is trying to do. How do I say that? Before I get into Satish Reddy Garu interview, which we'll show very shortly, I like you to see the vibe, the word that was used in one of the recently released movies, and you guys get agitated based on that. Do you have the video for it? Or play the song, whatever. So what's this song about? So do you all know this song? Someone can. So you got the vibe. You can pause it, Anusha. Stop it. Yeah, that's enough, Anusha. I know you're a dancer. So you got the vibe, right? So you have the assistance of vibe coding, right? So whatever you get curious upon, jump on to one of the AI tools that are available in the market and start building your own applications. That's how you could be the root for the success that Aditya has been thinking about, which is making more entrepreneurs, okay? Making digital startup ecosystem within Aditya can be done by you. You guys are in the 3-2 semester. So the time is still not lost. You can still try and make quick prototypes. That's the topic that I'm going to talk about in this IQUED talk, okay? So, slide please. So why transform Aditya into a digital startup ecosystem? The simple answer is the availability of tools. Back in year 2000, okay, so I'm going back to history a bit. Obviously, you guys were not born then. So 2000 year, when I worked as a database administrator, basically my partner, founder, president, CFO, he handles all the money. He's the strict man in the company in Iquadra. So before I met Kirti, he very well knows I can't stand in one place for a long time. So this is like a torture to me, but then I'll do it. I'll make it happen. So with that kind of restlessness, the restlessness is primarily because of, if I find a problem, I want to solve it, and then move on to a different problem, okay? So I was a database administrator. I worked in Mumbai for 3 years, and then I went to Atlanta, Georgia, to help out IBM. Mark my words, when we go abroad, we are going there to help out the companies there. It's a win-win situation. We are not going there just to earn the dollars. We are going there to help out other corporates. It's a win-win. They need our services, they need our talent, we are helping them out, okay? So, I went there to help out IBM on setting up the first .com environment, napaonline.com, which is into automotive parts, okay? So, I worked there for about 1 year. I just felt getting up late at night when there's a production issue was, I love my sleep. So when I get called for stating that there's a production issue, I said, what the hell? Why can't I automate these production issues? So I came up with a proposal, not a prototype, okay? A proposal, because I knew how the binaries are. I hope you understand the word binaries. If you don't understand, then go Google, research, or ask ChatGPT what are software binaries, you'll understand, okay? I'm not here to explain that. So I knew what IBM DB2 binaries were, okay? So I knew how to tweak them because they were all in Unix shell scripts. I understood I can tweak those shell scripts. So leveraging those shell scripts that were there, I came up with a proposal to one of my friend and a business owner, Kishore Kandavalli. I told him, hey boss, I think I can automate all of these production issues that keep cropping up late at night at times. Like, for example, all of you know RDBMS databases? Have you all worked on RDBMS databases? Have you all learned? Okay, somebody said yes. What's normal form? Somebody tell me what's normal form? Okay. Okay, what's third normal form? That's very easy. All right, very good. So go brush up your database concepts, okay? So I essentially talked to Kishore Kandavalli, who is currently owner of iTech US or some, he's a serial entrepreneur. So he said he can sponsor $50,000 to build the product. But when I did market analytics, when you actually do a startup, when you come up with an idea, learn to do market analytics. AI, again, will help you on that as well, okay? So put up your problem statement, do market analytics. Is it viable proposition or not? Is it feasible proposition or not? Are we going to get return on investment or not, okay? And also remember, time is also an investment. When I did all of that, I thought $50,000 is not enough to build a product at that time in order to automate all these production issues, okay? 2006 January, Kirti, I met him in 2002. He's also a serial entrepreneur. He's got different verticals. So we thought, okay, let's start up an IT firm, Iquadra. So we started it in 2006 January. He knew about my database administration skills because we worked together at IBM, right? So he said, hey, why not we start this? If you go to our website, why not we develop the product? That's the question that he asked. He comes with deep pockets, so we thought, okay, let's venture into it. And we built something called IQDBA. Why IQ? Because the name is Iquadra, okay? So IQDBA, all right? And that tool building up of the tool, prototype, it took almost about 6 months for us to build that IQDBA tool or a platform or a product, okay? And we had to use, Visual C++ developers, 3 of them, and we almost spent about probably $150,000. He has to tell me. I don't remember the numbers, but about $150,000 to build that platform. And that paved way for us to get into providing services for a company called Home Depot, which is a Fortune 20 company. See, one thought which I persisted with since year 2000, 2006 is when, after I met Kirti, is when we built this product. Finally, after a lot of sales activities that we did across different companies, Home Depot is the one which felt, wow, we need this product. Because theirs is a heavy DB2, IBM DB2 shop. IBM DB2 used to be a competitor for Oracle, okay? And now DB2 is not used much, but because Home Depot is a heavy DB2 shop, that paved way for us to get in to provide services for Home Depot, competing with the likes of Wipros and TCS and Sintel, now it's Atos, all of these companies. Got it? So, it took how many years now? It took 2006 2000 is when I got the idea. 2006 is when we built the product by end of 2006. 2012 is when we were able to promote the product and get the vendorship, okay, to provide services. That's a 12-year journey. And here you are, the likes of Harsha are creating ghost AIs, 3D AIs, right, within a matter of maybe a few weeks, using what? Vaibundile. Vaibundi. So use that vibe coding. Got it? So, what does, I'll just go through the benefit of the slides because somebody made the slides for me. AI revolution demands. So what does it demand? AI revolution demands the speed of the delivery. So you talk to Venkateshwar Rao later after this, after this event. You talk to Satya Srinivas, you talk to Sriram. So you talk to any one of us. The speed of delivery is what is needed. If you're not fast enough to deliver your work, you're out of the company. Got it? And how do you, and you keep yawning, and then if you eat a lot of food, obviously you'll yawn a lot, then you're out of the company. Right? Yeah. So speed of delivery is what is important. Don't worry, that's fine. So I do that too. So AI revolution demands the need of the hour is the speed of delivery. Companies are laying off developers because they want somebody who's super smart, who will use vibe coding, who will understand the perils of vibe coding, the bad things about the vibe coding as well, all the mistakes. They'll correct it, reiterate it. Reiterate means put the code again back into the AI tool that you use, and then debug it, deploy it, right? So that is what they're looking for. Next slide, please. So we're going to play this video. I don't know how many of you had seen this interview. This guy, Dr. Satish, is highly enterprising. It's not just because we are in Aditya, we're using his videos. It's a corporate social responsibility event, and we are doing it for your own benefit. But looking at his interview, if you guys go through his interview, you will understand the kind of passion, the kind of interest that your management has in terms of developing Aditya into a global institution, okay? So let's play the video, listen to it, and you'll understand.
రీసెంట్గా లైక్ ఎన్విడియా తోటి సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ తోటి క్లోజ్ చేస్తున్నాం ఆల్మోస్ట్.
Is it the Aditya Wi-Fi? So before they play,
రీసెంట్గా లైక్ ఎన్విడియా
so have you seen his interview or no? Just go ahead, play it if you can. Have you seen his interview or no? So why? Because you're busy on Reels and Instagrams or Snapchats, right? So essentially what I'm trying to showcase here is the snippet that I wanted to play is Dr. Satish is investing, Aditya is investing about 4 crores to get the NVIDIA chips, okay? So one NVIDIA chip that he is getting, I'm not sure of the model, but one chip that he's getting is valued at 4 crores, which is about what, $250,000-$300,000 or yeah. So that's a huge amount of investment an education institution in a 2-tier or a 3-tier city is investing, right? So you have to make best use of it. You guys have to make best use of it. And over a period of time, Aditya is ready to invest 32 crores by bringing in 8 NVIDIA chips. And you know what Iquadra is trying to do? And look at the kind of enterprising nature that this guy has. Last time when me and our product owner were here for a meeting, Satish Garu wanted a conversational bot to be embedded into IQUA.ai. Why? Because at the start of this event, yeah, has it started? So let's play the video. You guys listen to it.
ఇప్పుడు మేము రీసెంట్గా లైక్ ఎన్విడియా తోటి సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ తోటి క్లోజ్ చేస్తున్నాం ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇన్ ద ప్రాసెస్ విల్ బి క్లోజింగ్ ఇన్ అ వీక్ ఆర్ 2 రైట్. సో జీపీయూ ఒకటి కొనాలి. లైక్ ఒక జీపీయూకి ఇట్స్ కాస్టింగ్ మీ 4 crore rupees. So how many universities can afford it? How many colleges can afford it? And one GPU is not enough for, if na దగ్గర 25,000 students GPU work చేయాలంటే one GPU is not enough. I need to have at least 8 GPUs. So 8 into 4 crores, 32 crores. It's almost opening new engineering college.
Right.
Right? So like these are the things.
So did you hear from the horse's mouth? The person has such kind of vision, okay? So that's the interest and passion he has. And as I told you, in the last meetup that I had about 3 or 4 months ago, or maybe 6 months ago, I'm not sure, he showed us a conversational bot. And he wanted us to embed a conversational bot which pops up right after you guys attend the interview on IQUA.ai. Why? Because at the starting of this event, today morning, or before Priyanka and Khalid started the demo, they asked a couple of questions. And then some of you talked about the fear and stage fear rather, right? Why do you have stage fear? And of course the communication skills. So you have all of that. One is of course your inhibitions. You're scared. Fine, that scare factor is something that you will overcome over a period of time by using products like IQUA.ai or any other products. Now conversational platform, conversational bot, the AI conversational bot, why he wanted that in our IQUA.ai platform is because you guys are always siggified. Means siggu padtaru. Enduku English maatladdaniki. So ఆయన ఉద్దేశం ఏంటి? Conversational bot unte, so I can interact. Me, for example, let's say I am shy. Then I can keep talking to an agent, converse with the agent, right? And then that agent will converse ante maatladdam. And then that will respond back to me. And then I respond back to her or him, right? Whatever voice settings that you want to make, you can do it. So that's something that we are building, and we are deploying a RAG model, fully tuned RAG model, as soon as you are getting your first GPU, okay? If we deploy the same on Amazon Bedrock, it's going to, I am not sure of the commercials, but I know my technical team, my AWS architect said, I think it's $30 per day. $30 per day or something. You know, I think it's much more than that. So if we deploy the model on AWS Bedrock, then that is what it costs. And then the usage cost, right? So that is, if I charge that on the institution, that will be expensive, right? So we are not deploying that on AWS. We are deploying on your premises. Iquadra is doing it for free, okay? Absolutely free for you guys. Now why? Not because I have some love towards Aditya, but because of the passion that your management has. All right? When we studied here in engineering colleges, we had beautiful labs. Me and Satya studied in Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. Okay? We had beautiful labs. But then that research mindset is something that we couldn't inculcate ourselves. Maybe we were naive at the time. We were innocent at the time. Or we did not have enough curiosity at the time. We built that curiosity over a period of time. Now, a little bit of curiosity that you get in your brains, you can actually build a prototype using vibe coding. And your institution is assisting that, is facilitating that, okay? So remember that, make sure you become the foundation for digital startup ecosystem in Aditya, okay? So what is vibe coding? I'll not go through all of this. I mean, there's, oh yeah, let me talk about pair programming. Pair programming with AI. So, have you ever heard about pair programming in the past being mentioned by any of your faculty? Yes? So, who talked about it? Okay. So, diplomacy can only take you some distance, okay? So, Jauki, we know what goes on. The unfortunate thing about the faculty is they are fantastic theoretically, but they don't have industry, they may not have industry experience, which is why colleges like Aditya, universities like Aditya are so inclined towards shaking hands with industry like us, like ours, right? So that's the collaboration, and that's why we are here. So pair programming, I'm sure you wouldn't have heard, is what my gut feeling says. That comes in the safe, agile, manifestations, all right? So safe, agile, manifestation, pair programming, these are all keywords. Remember, go do some research, understand that. Pair programming is nothing but two human beings working together on one screen or sharing the screen and using both minds to deliver quick, to speed up the delivery of code and delivery of applications, okay? Now you can do that with AI. And that's exactly what is vibe coding. Got it? Earlier days, it's two human beings. That's 2 man-hours. 2 man-hours gone for a toss, right? Now, you can use AI to do pair programming, okay? Rapid prototyping, which you all know, which I've been insisting about. It took 12 years for us to finally promote and sell IQDBA. Whereas you can build prototypes within a day as well. So, within 1 day, you can build a prototype. Now, I know, Harsha, we talked about you a lot. Is there any other guy from the workshop who attended yesterday who can actually talk a little bit about their experience of developing and building an idea into a reality by evening? Start in the morning, deliver it in the evening. Host it on AWS. Is there anybody here who can speak about it? Krishna, I remember your name. That's my pet name too, by the way.
That's great.
Not my pet. That's my pet name. Na nickname ఏమంటారు చిన్నప్పుడు పిలిచే పేరు నా పెట్ కాదు పాపం. It's like yeah, go ahead, Krishna.
So actually, 3 months back, we have developed a product called Blog Genie. So actually, it writes blogs, and it automates the posting in medium.com. So basically, this was just an idea I was having for 2 or 3 months, but I didn't develop any product on that. So one morning, I've opened my Gemini and Cursor. I've started building it. So the level Gemini is writing the code is so extensive that perhaps it has written the complete Python Flask code within minutes, and the level, the quality it has written. So slightly I've just tested the code and I've deployed it. So that's the experience I had with vibe coding.
And how much time did you take to do all of this exercise?
Maybe 3 hours, less than 3 hours.
Fantastic.
To be honest.
So see, why did he become curious about, writing a code in order to automate the thoughts that he has and then publish them in medium.com? Is that correct? Is that what?
Yes.
So, okay, fine, Krishna. Let's ask the audience this question. How many of you know medium.com? Please raise your hands. Three, 4, 5. So 5 of you know medium.com. Okay. How many of you know linkedin.com? All right. Yeah, down your hands, please. How many of you know Snapchat? Oh, the boys don't know Snapchat. So what do you guys use? Insta. Okay. How many of you know IQUA.ai? Please raise your hands, guys. Yeah. All right. So that's enough. So there you go. So medium.com is known to only 4 among probably 100, 200 audience out here. Isn't this unfortunate? Why are you guys studying engineering? So make engineering productive and yawn less, learn more. Okay? So somebody understood? Yawn less, learn more. Okay? Got it. So next one. Next slide, please. So, guys, Insta guys. Yeah, hang on, please. The power and pitfalls of vibe coding. So, what is meant by pitfall? Power and pitfalls of vibe coding. Pitfall is the drawback, okay? I don't want to jump now and show what pitfall is, but it's the drawbacks, it's the disadvantages, the disadvantages of vibe coding, right? So let's look at the disadvantages first, because we've been talking about the advantages thus far. Blind trust, security breaches, and buggy implementations. That's quite a possibility, okay? So, why are you studying computer science engineering or AI, ML, or data sciences, programming? Why are you learning all of this? To figure out, going forward, to figure out if the AI is giving good code or bad code, okay? So at least keep that little bit of critical thinking as a proprietary product. Adi me critical thinking anedi meeku undali kada, manaku brains unnai kada. So have that critical thinking enabled all the time to go through the code that's generated by AI tools. Got it? So that's a huge pitfall, and there are, in fact, if you see the API key exposure. So can somebody talk about API key and the exposure of it? The disadvantages or the problems that can cause when the API key gets exposed. Can somebody speak about that very quickly? Excepting Krishna and Harsha. Okay, Tauji. Sorry, Tauji, right? So, yeah. Jauki, yeah.
Thank you. I think 2 months back, there was a problem that happened when you were doing a project. Someone actually pushed into our GitHub repo after he had used, I think it's Cursor or something like that. And then the API keys for the database were actually exposed. Like on the front end, you could actually go on the what do you call this? Console, exactly. And then you could actually see all the things. So AI has this thing whereby if you don't know what you're doing, the things that should be kept secret in the .env files will be exposed. And that's information, that's data breach for like privacy breached for things that should have been kept secret. So that is what I understand by API keys. And yeah, that's all.
Very good, very good. Now let's see. This is a good job, boy. So, good answer. What does API stand for? How many of you know what API is? What it stands for? Raise your hands.
Application Program Interface.
Excellent. Good job, boy.
Your name?
Abhinav.
Thank you, Abhinav.
Next slide, please. So, friends, now the person on the screen is Director of Technology Sales who works for us in Atlanta, Georgia. His name is Randy Foles. Randy Foles. He, out of his own passion, he actually formed a, hello Insta boys, please. He actually formed a team of interns and did some research on what are the platforms, what are the AI platforms that deliver best code, okay? And his experience is what he's trying to share here. If time would have been, if it would have been a little later, Randy is an early bird. He wakes up early in the morning at 5 o'clock. He does yoga, by the way. Okay? So he is a religious yoga exerciser, workout. That's the workouts that he does early in the morning. So he would have come in live. So since it was way too early, we thought, okay, let's get a snippet of his. So Randy is going to speak now. If your Wi-Fi speed permits, then we should be able to listen to him.
Hi, I'm Randy Foltz. I'm the Director of Technical Sales.
We will share these videos with you guys, okay? So, yeah, I think we have all of the data, right? Yep. So we'll share these videos with you guys if it takes more than 10 seconds. 1001, 1002, 1003. That's 1 second, right? 1009. Anusha, shall we move ahead? So, again, Randy led a team of interns, and Lakshmi Inapagulla, that's her last name, Lakshmi, Rajalakshmi. So she works for Capgemini, but then she joined us, our efforts to run an internship program to build a mortgage decision-making assistant, fully scalable, fully demoable, means we were able to demonstrate it to HSBC Bank mortgage heads, and the demo went really, really successful, wherein we have an opportunity to provide AI-driven services to this bank, which is based out of Chicago and California, okay? So what we did, we worked, our interns worked. It's no code, low code. For 3 weeks, Lakshmi ji led the team and built the
Hello everyone, I've been in the IT industry for...
But again, like you guys, she is a little shy, so she sent the audio bytes, the script, but the AI-generated voice-enabled audio script. So it's not exactly Lakshmiji's voice, but she sent us the script. And video recording, she took multiple takes, but it was not, that good enough. So she sent the audio bytes, which we turned them into, she sent the script, and which we turned them into audio bytes. So yeah, mortgage assistant, okay? It's all AI driven. To get a loan, do you, I know you guys are very young to apply for a loan, but then you may have heard from your parents, when you apply for a home loan, there is a whole lot of paperwork that you need to do. You need to sign a lot of documents.
Hi. I'm Randy Foltz. I'm the Director of Technical Sales for Iquadra Information.
Hey, that's fine. Let's share the videos. That's okay. Let's move on. Yeah, the time is...
Services. Last summer.
So yeah, so we underwriters, loan approvers will have to go through a lot of documents in order to approve a loan, right? So we built RAG models in order to facilitate a quick decision-making assistant for what is called as
Hello,
underwriters.
My name.
Just pause it. Yeah. We don't need that. Yeah. So it's so that's the end of the show. So that's the end of IQUA talk. Essentially, what I try to convey here is keep up the curiosity levels high all the time, because here is an opportunity for you to build, quickly scale up a product, quickly build a product, make it a prototype, go in front of the investors, and one of the investor could be your own faculty, because one of the investor or the one who will work along with you could be your faculty as well. If you listen to the whole entire interview of Dr. Satish, you will understand the kind of initiatives that the management is trying to take. Okay? That's available on YouTube. Check it out. We did our homework before coming and then talking to you guys. I urge you to do some homework before you come into these kind of events. Okay? Then you can be more interactive. All right? Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Venkat. Thank you so much, Venkat. That was enlightening. All right, so I hope that you guys were, thoroughly informed and entertained at the same time by our live on-stage edition of IQUA Talks delivered by Venkat Machavolu. Now, the whole idea of Iconnect is to bridge the gap between industry and academia, right? And what better way to do that than to have an on-stage panel discussion where we clump together the brightest minds of the industry alongside some of the most promising students that we have in our midst, right? So let's move on and start our panel discussion. Okay, so I'll introduce the panel very quickly. So we'll have Mr. Venkat Machavolu. Yeah, we'll set up the stage for our panel. So earlier today, before going for lunch, some of you guys gave your names, right, to participate in the panel discussion. So we have them here, right here in the bowl. And we'll call you guys as well. You guys have the chance to interact with our panel on stage. Right, so the panel, I'll call them up. Mr. Venkat Machavolu, CEO of Iquadra Information Services LLC. Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, Chief Architect, Data Engineering and Governance Strategist, Gen AI and LLM Solution Architect. So before I call upon the panel, I think it would be best if we call the students, right? So we'll call the students by lucky dip, and I invite Mr. Kirti Patel, founder, CFO of Iquadra Information Services LLC, to do the lucky dip for you guys. Yeah.
Let's pick the whose name is coming first.
Kedarinath Sai Harsha. So first off, we have Kedarinath Sai Harsha. Please come on the stage. Then we have G. Krishna. Okay, Krishna is also here. Very popular choice, it appears. Right, we have Nandini Sa. Yeah, is it Nandani? Yeah, Nandani Shah. Okay, very helpfully she wrote her roll number as well. Thank you. Jyotika. Is Jyotika here? Jyotika? Okay, I think Jyotika didn't join us. Jauki. Okay. That's great. And the final participant? The final participant is SSS Baba. Okay. And so welcome on the stage, guys. We got 5. So these are the lucky ones, lucky 5 students who will be joining the panel today. Thank you, Kirti. Thank you, Kirti. Kirti, before we start, would you like to address the students? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, let's move forward. Okay. All right, so the stage is set. Now let's call upon our panel for the day. First off, Mr. Venkat Machavolu, CEO, Iquadra Information Services LLC. Then we have Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, Chief Architect, Data Engineering and Governance Strategist, Gen AI and LLM Solution Architect. Next up, we have Mr. Sriram Vipati, Technology Executive with 23 plus years of experience in software development, project leadership, and technology strategy. And last but not least, last but not least, we have Mr. Satya Srinivas Kumar Chilukuru, expert in Snowflake, Databricks, data migration, governance, AI/ML, and AWS architecture. So that would be our panel for today. Please have a seat, guys.
All right, Insta boys and Snapchat girls. Yeah, so this is an opportunity for some of the Adityans to interact with the industry expert, Mr. Venkateswar Rao, and Satya Srinivas, and of course, Sriram Viparthi. So let's make use of this opportunity. We will open up the panel for questions from the audience as well. All right? But let me take the honors, being that curiosity cat and I'd been. Let me ask that first question to my friend, buddy, namesake friend as well, Venkat. The first question. Now, what's this invasion of privacy, Venkat? Because me, Kirti, we keep talking about a subject, and then if we don't keep our phones controlled, governed properly, then the next instance, whenever we open up the phone, when we open up a Facebook, right? Or when we go to that Yahoo business mail that we have, which is our business mail is hosted on Yahoo, we see advertisements related to the topic that we had discussed. What the heck is this invasion of privacy, which is being made possible by the chief architects who are right in the midst of us?
Yeah. Okay, it's a very, very good question. I mean, that's the intriguing question, right? I mean, I want to use the same word that you have used. Because privacy is something nowadays has become, as the data is becoming, the gold standard right now, right? Data is everything right now. So the privacy of the data, which is related to a person's interests or person's personal data, right? So that is more important. So based on that, lot of these companies, right, they churn out, they understand our interests, they understand our habits, and the intricacies of how we think and etc. And then they create a patterns they say that they're helping us out, but we say that this is our personal data. I mean, how can you use my data, right? But nevertheless, it's a win-win situation for both the vendors or the companies and the users. That is us. The problem comes when the companies try to use or misuse this information, and they try to either blackmail you in the sense of pushing the content that is harmful to the users or the people, and also they use this information for something which is not good for the society itself. So that's where the fine difference of whether I should able to put my private data in the public domain, or I should use it, I should not definitely not to share any of my personal data. But companies wants to come inside of your house in terms of anything, as Venkat said, right? You switch on your phone or keep your phone outside, and then you talk something, and then that hears all those information, all that conversation, and then it gives you kind of recommendations that, okay, you go, you say if you want to go to IKEA, so they say that you have some good sales or discounts on IKEA, so you go and buy something, and that comes 3-4 times, and that comes to your wife also, so that she will put force on you, so that you have to go and buy something on IKEA, right? So that's the fine thread that's between your personal data and not to be shared or not to be shared, to quote Shakespeare.
So from this, I use the word, if we don't govern our phones properly, then this sort of thing usually keep happening. So what is meant by governance is something that you need to understand. You need to do some research. What are the things that we agree to? What are the things that we should not agree to? The consent of the user is something that every company will definitely ask.
100%. So I agree with you. So like, uh, yeah, right now, I mean, if you go through LinkedIn jobs and etc., a lot of people are asking like, we want data governance or AI governance, etc. Somebody asked, what is my private data if I'm going to use some AI tool or something. So the governance is, there are two things. One is personal governance. As Venkat said right now, you should understand what data to be shared, what data is not to be shared. And on the company side, who should access my data, who should not access my data, and what level of data should be accessed by somebody who's having some kind of role. Say as students, you cannot go and check your management's say financials or something. But as students, you can go and check your library and get what is happening in the market or in the industry, right? Or what's happening in your college itself. So there are ways, I mean, who can check what, who can see what, who can access what kind of data, etc. That's called data governance. So it applies from personal to your organization.
Thank you, Venkat. And over to Satya.
Thanks a lot, guys. Okay. Hey, Venkat, this is a very basic. Okay. Yeah, it's a very basic question. Okay. From morning onwards, we are talking about data, insights, and a lot other jargons. Fine. Can you give some clarification on what exactly is the data, and what is the insight?
So, what is data?
No,
Very
it's
good
not,
question.
It's not only you. To the audience also.
Yeah. I think.
Other freshers also you can.
Yeah, I think let's start from these students who are there, here, or maybe there, and then see. I mean, because we normally hear about data everywhere, right? So, what is data? Very, very good question.
Also, the insights. Okay.
Hello, thank you for the question. A raw collection of information is only a data. Data could be anything, like any kind of information which we are storing in a collection of raw table, row and column, etc. It's nothing a data. Thank you.
What about insights?
Insights of the data.
Thank you. I think data is any raw fact that is there, that is data. And I think insights is what we mine from the data and what we conclude or get from the data, according to what I think.
Actually, I have a small thing to add. So, apart from the technical discussion, in the software field, data is power at present. Whatever we find in this world is data. Anything, it can be anything. Either it can be our personal things, or it can be the discussion that is happening in the White House. Anything is data, and everyone wants that to personalize or to capitalize. That's what my thought is.
Anything to add, Venkat?
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Krishna, you and everybody, right? So, whatever that we generate, or whatever the machine that's generating, or whatever it is information that is needed for communicating, right? Communicating between systems, communicating between devices, or communication between humans, and who knows, tomorrow we may decipher what a dog is talking about. We think it is barking, but it may be a data for for us in the next few decades, right? So that is, I mean, anything that is coming out of the communication is data, right? I mean, how you communicate, whether it is images, whether it is audio, video files, or anything, right? The status or the events, or the IoT sensor data that is coming out of an IoT sensor, etc. Everything is data. And the insights that Satya was asking about, right? So insights are, you take any data, and what is the essence of that particular data, right? The essence of a particular talk, or essence of a particular event, right? The event of the data that is coming out of a device. And then that is the information when you try to as she said, right, from raw data, when you try to become or create any information out of that, that's the insight that you can talk about on a very high level, abstract. Am I right, Satya?
I have a question, extension to the question that Satya asked. I like to have one of you answer, the students over here on the stage. What is sensitive data? What data is sensitive?
There will be some things, at least in our personal life or in the corporate. For example, I'm working with a startup where we process hospital data. According to the HIPAA rules, the personal information of any patient coming should not be going to the external sources. It should be maintained under the hospitality. So like that, the personal information, the core personal, is considered as sensitive. Not only that, we have business logics inside the companies, which aren't meant to be going outside, or it can be a threat if it goes. That thing, that data can be called as sensitive, perhaps.
Very good. Sorry. Just to add to that, the sensitiveness, right? So how do you define the sensitivity? So generally it is like, our emails or anything which is highly personal for us, right? That's called sensitive data. But that sensitivity or sensitiveness changes, the definition of sensitiveness changes from one point to another point, right? So basically, whatever that you said, whether it is your personal data regarding your clinical data, clinical records, or your email, your SSN numbers, your Aadhaar number is also, normally it is sensitive data, but now government is saying that it is not sensitive, so we are putting it out. But it is sensitive data, right? So, I mean, that's the very point. I mean, I want to stress that, sensitivity, the definition of sensitivity is, that changes, right? Okay, thank you.
Venkat, to follow on that particular morning session, okay? You mentioned OTTs, fine. So I have very interesting observation. How the OTTs capture the data when you pause a movie or when you fast forward a song, or when you change it, when you select another movie.
Yeah.
And if it has a mechanism, because so many people are using that, what kind of a volumes of data is being generated and how it is being stored in the systems?
Yeah. So I touched this point on a very high level. So if you want to, any one of you want to, answer this, or maybe if anybody from audience, I mean, if they want to answer it first. Yeah. Anybody from audience also. So I mean, the question, I think, if I can understand, like, Satya is asking in the OTT discussion that we had in the morning, right? So how my OTT platform, like say for example Netflix or Amazon, will check on my data, how it will store my data, how it will store my user behavior, and then it recommends whatever the genre of movies or series that I'm watching. That's the question. So I touched this in the morning very briefly. So if you guys were alert, I think somebody should definitely answer this. Anybody wants to answer from the audience? Or that side or this side? Okay, you guys want to answer? Jockey, Harsha, Krishna?
Let me try. Oh, you're answering? Oh, go ahead, Krishna. I thought you asked me
We have this concept of recommendation systems where the AI is specifically trained to recommend things by observing the patterns of the users, how they're interacting with the platform. So perhaps that's one point.
So the recommendation comes at the second part, but how it is capturing your data to recommend that? That's the question.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Okay, no issues.
The question is a bit simple, okay? You all have the iPhones. You all have iPhones and you watch YouTubes and Netflix, fine. How the application like Netflix or YouTube captures the data, what you are watching. and how it sends to the servers or whatever it's in the backend, and how it stores. Have you ever thought on that lines? What's the process it takes?
Yeah, still you have a chance. I mean, you have time. Somebody can explain this?
Have you heard of event capturing? Event capturing. I'm giving you a hint.
So I don't have that much knowledge about algorithms and all, but what I thought is the user is searching. Like if he search on action category wise, maybe it will take an category of action to give some suggestions in future after that video. Maybe if you go into the devotional part of things videos, and it will capture the devotional category and it will suggest you next. In that time, it will take time and category. So it will, like after that day, it will suggest you on that time that category of videos. That's what I know.
Okay, in the meantime, I think in the morning you showed us there was this infographic that contained information about Netflix, if I'm not mistaken, that was showing that the amount of data they received, the stream data for a day, which amounted to about 100 gigs, and that was, you said it was 4 years ago, if not 5, if I'm not mistaken. So the question being how that data is transferred, I'm not sure how I should answer this, but you said as if it was like anytime you're using the app, your information and how you're using the app is being tracked. And then once that is done, then the data is sent to a data center containing information about how the data is being used in that area. Thank you.
I think the recommendations will come according to our search history and watch history. The data will come by analyzing these kind of search and histories. According to them, Netflix or Amazon, AHA, any platform, they will recommend the videos or movies according to them. I think this is the one of the process.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good try. I mean, everybody tried to answer this, but one point everybody missed. Somebody said,
Netflix and these OTT platforms use event listeners like on click, on hover, and they will store the data in a separate field where they take that around 50 to 30 clicks or hovers, and they will use that to recommend the system. They will use that to give the AI, and the AI will analyze these clicks and searches and then give the recommendation.
very good try, very good. Good applause. Yeah. So just to add or just to put more insight into how this happens, normally when you go to any website, right? So how it, because you're all third year 3-2 and 4-1 kind of students, so just want to ask you, when you go to website, right, how did it remembers that the information that is seeked or that is asked from one particular computer, that means your computer, right? And then it gives you'll have a communication between your PC or your laptop and to the web server, right? So how it happens? Internet. Say when you log in or when you go to one particular website, it catches, right? And your session will not expire. Next time, maybe in another 1 minute or next few seconds, right? So there's something called cookies, right? In the same way, though it is not exactly the same like cookies, but it is something, there is every device will have something called user agent. Okay, there is something called a browser, right? Your browser will have also a user agent. So this user agent will capture all this information, particularly the metadata, like your device name, your OS family, your OS version, everything. And along with this, whatever that you are doing, right? Now, say for example, you switch on something, you browse through all your content of movies, or you seek forward or reverse, or you passed it, or you increase the volume, brightness, everything. All these events, it captures, and then it pushes to your processing system, where it processes whether you use AI or data analytics or anything. So this is how it captures the data. This is the same way that your phone captures your data. Say for example, if you are using Google Maps, if you are driving, how you know that your car, when the next moment, where is the turn, or what is the traffic conditions there, etc. So every phone is giving the data real time, and then you don't need to switch on your phone and then say transfer my data, right? It automatically takes your data when you when you're traveling or when you're moving. So when you bought your Android device first time, it gives you a lot of things, and you, because of that enthusiasm, you say I agree everything. That means you are agreeing, you are giving consent. That is your private data again, right? You are giving a consent that you use my data, you use my traveling data and all those things. So it captures, and then it captures from everybody, and then it collates, and then it gives you an insight into that particular data. So the same thing happens with your OTT also. Okay, good, thank you.
So, from what Venkat just spoke about, the answer that he has given, two questions popped up rather. So, one to the panelists, the Aditya panelists. First question is, he talked about data being exchanged, and that's like bytes of huge amounts of data being exchanged when somebody watches Netflix or Amazon Prime or any OTT platforms, right? Now, millions of people are watching this, right? And somebody, I think you just talked about 100 gigabytes of data being transferred, etc., on a per day basis. He mentioned the size of the data that gets transferred. It could be the minimum size, I'm assuming. There could be other sizes of data also being transferred. What's the size that he mentioned in the presentation today? What? Mike, use the mic.
I think it's 400 kilobytes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, okay, next.
40 KB, I think.
Okay, what about you?
40K.
Just throw some number.
40K.
Okay. What's the size of a kilobyte? How many bytes is a kilobyte?
1,000 bytes.
We all were computer science. So, what's the size of a kilobyte, or what? How many bytes is a kilobyte? Huh? Stand up, 1024. Only one?
Oh my God.
And you're right, of course. Okay? So he mentioned, me despite thinking of a lot of other things, he mentioned 4 kilobytes. Not 40, not 400. Okay? Am I correct, sir? Yeah. A 15-year-old brain, patiently listening, doing other activities as well. I heard what Venkat sir actually spoke about in the morning. It's 4 kilobytes of data. That means, again, the curiosity, idiotic curiosity. I never knew that 4 kilobytes of data is being sent back and forth, okay? Or maybe just sent, okay? That means millions of people watching this tiny bit of data is being transferred so often. How does this happen at a rapid pace? Can you please answer, and then maybe, and one last question. After you answer this, what's metadata? He used the word metadata. That's very important. You need to understand what the hell the metadata is. If you know it, you don't answer it. Do you know it? Okay. Do you know what metadata is? Do you know? How about you? Okay, good. I like somebody from the audience to talk about metadata after he answers how the rapid 4 kilobytes of data is being transferred in OTT platforms. And then we'll wind up the panel discussion.
That's a great question, that great insight, right? That actually gives me something that I want to give you some kind of gyan, right? There are two kinds of data, right? Data at rest, I can say, and data which is in the streaming, which is generated and it is real time, right? So you have to capture two kinds of data normally if you want to process the data. The thing is, say you have given some form and then you asked to update that form and then fill it that form, right? Online form, right? So you put all your names and everything and then you submit it. So it goes and then sits in some database, right? So after some time, maybe after an hour or 2 or maybe after 1 day, right? So that data would be taken for the processing, right? So you process that data. That's called normally your batch data, where you have your data sitting somewhere. So leisurely you go and take that data and then process that data. There is other kind of data that will be generated which will not stay somewhere, right? So for example, say your OTT or your IoT sensors. IoT sensors are, say, in the medical devices, you have some data, right? Or the flight data, or the rocket data, right? So those data that it generates and you cannot, store somewhere immediately, right? So that data is called real-time data or the streaming data, right? So this OTT is not one-time activity, right? It is continuously happening. When you're watching the TV, it is continuous. There's something called heartbeat system. That heartbeat system is continuously sending the heartbeat, right? You cannot say that, my heartbeat can stop now and then can start again. The same way, OTT cannot be stopped. So it is continuously as long as you're watching the TV or OTT platform, or you or yours, or your peers or anybody who uses the OTT platform. Right? So this is called streaming data. So each event will have a lot of things like, what is your user agent, what is the metadata of that user agent, user behavior, etc. There are some parameters that will be captured per file, which is around 4 KB of file. So that is an event that is continuously going. So it is rapidly changing from one point to another point, and then you're capturing that, you're processing that data, and then using that data out. So this is how the rapid events that would be flowing on. So I think I have shown around 5 million events per day. That was 4 years back. That might be around 10 million events per day now. So 10 million into 4 KB files that would be traveling between your originator and the platform. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
So metadata. So if somebody can talk about metadata, then we'll finally do a thank you note to Venkateshwara Garu and then call it off.
Sorry to interrupt, I actually have one doubt, sir. So, what is the critical skill to learn in future the students for survive in this AI world? Like I have the answer, like I want the answer from you guys or any.
Oh, you have the answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the answer?
Answer is language or English. Like you mentioned vibe coding yesterday, like we have good language. If you have good language, you can generate any web apps or mobile apps like that. Do you have any insights or anything want to continue with that point?
Excellent question. Because of short of time, we like to wind it up, but then we have all of your data, and we will share the most desired skills that you need to have to succeed at least for the next 5-10 years. Okay? So we cannot tell you, suggest you, because I'm not in a position, at least I don't know if I can suggest you a retirement job role. A job role with which you can retire. A skill that you learn and you can retire. Work for next 40 years. I don't know. So, but then for the next 5-10 years, what is it that you can survive upon and succeed upon is something that we'll send you an email. Okay? Thank you. So metadata. Anybody? everybody. These are fundamental concepts. Go ahead, Krishna. Wrap it up.
So metadata is something about we give the data, which is the normal data which we give. But what data we have to take for that we have something, a guideline or something. I mean, to be straight, data for data is something all we call as metadata.
Yeah, you tried it very best. Simple answer is, metadata is data about data. That's it. You go and Google it. Data about data is called metadata.
Well, this is like a Nityananda answering. So, both of you did the same. So, okay,
Yeah.
in my opinion, metadata is whatever data that resides in system tables, okay, in a database. Or a header and a footer of a Word document is a metadata, right? In a video file, you have something on the header. That's metadata, okay? If the metadata is not there on the video file, you cannot even open that video file. So metadata is the one which will facilitate a video file to be opened. Understood? So metadata is the one which will guide the respective software to do what it is supposed to do, leveraging the data over data as per Venkat and Krishna. Okay, thank you guys.
Sorry for disturbing. I have one final question. I think this one maybe might take some time, but how do we define privacy? Because I think you asked the question about sensitivity, right? And sensitivity goes on with the field we're working with as elaborated by Krishna. So how can we come up with a universal meaning of privacy? Because at this college, I can take my results to be private data, but the institution can take the results as data that must be known by everyone. Because at the end of the day, I'm coming to school to learn, and I'm coming to school to get results. So the school expects everyone to know the results I'm getting, but I am treating it as private data. So on what grounds are we defining privacy on data? An example also, the information we are getting from the recommendations for buying things, very useful information. Why? You might get a product which is cheaper, which is better. But at the same time, we are saying that that information is being mined from our private data. So what is privacy?
What is privacy? Okay, I'll let Venkat elaborate on it. But then to maintain privacy, the utmost private life, first thing that you need to do is stop using cell phones. then you can have the best private life in the world. Try the engineers, try getting into Indian Space Research Organization, work in Sriharikota. They'll not let you take your cell phones into the office. That's beautiful private life, okay? So, but then I'll let Venkat wrap it up sooner with an answer, and then we will call it off, call off the panel discussion will end after this answer, because there are few goodies that are to be distributed. So we brought all the way from our office. So there are some gifts that are to be given out to some of you. All right? Thank you.
Great. So I think I expected this kind of questions, because that's the one very intriguing question, right? You know, what is privacy? How do you define privacy? That's why I touched upon sensitivity or privacy, all those things. The definition changes based on the governance of the data, right? You said it's my marks, you know, my result. Why should other people should, you know, see or, you know, understand about my performance, right? But there are some things like, you know, based on, this is an open competition. Any exam is a competition. So competition is between people, right?
So somebody has to know what is your level and what is my level and what is the benchmark or the bar that I should cross, right? So privacy is something that you have to define yourself. And the second point that you said is, okay, something is recommending or what to buy so that I can get more discounts or more, choice, right? So that's good for me. And that's how a lot of these social media or these websites, all these things are surviving based on our own private data, our own personal data, right? So if it is used in a manner so that society will be benefited out of this, then there'll be no point. There'll be no point of discussing this. But if this is used somewhere which is harmful to the society or harmful to that particular person, right? Then the privacy intrusion will come into place. So you have to define it. That's why there are differences between your data protection laws between, say, your European Union or your California or the west coast of US, eastern coast of US, HIPAA, FHIR, and Indian protection laws, etc. Right? So that is where you cannot say that you cannot share this. But people generally think that a person's health is highly private data, right? So that's why they don't be allowed to use that particular data, right? So if a person's achievement is not personal data, though it is personal to him, but it is to be publicized, so that people can. So you said you are in this one, then you said you're in a panel, and then I know that somebody will take a photograph of you, and then you will post it on social media saying that proudly I'm on the panel list, but it is personal to you, and that will be personal for other people, right? He may not be interested in going public with you, or maybe his own photo, but you are posting it, so you have to take a consent. So can you able to do that? No. So there is something called private data, that there's a bar, there's a definition. You cannot 100% say that it's 100% private, but generally some things are very private to you. Got it? Okay, thank you all.
And Mr. Venkateswar Rao, right? And thank you to all the students who participated. Before you guys leave, there are some gift distributions for you guys before you all leave, right? Okay, so we identified a few active students from the workshop that we had yesterday. So if you guys are present here, we have goodie bags for you all. So please come up on the stage. Tanguru Hemant Kumar. Hemant Kumar? No. Kedarnath Harsha. Harsha, please come on the stage. Venkat, could you come on the stage and hand over the goodie bags to them? Yeah. Sai Shashank Verma. Kirti, could you please join us on the stage? Sai Shashank Verma. Totakura Gangadhar. Is Gangadhar here? Please come up on the stage if you're here. Nitish Sri Satya. Nandini Sahiti, please come up on the stage. Nandini Sahiti. Matte Satya Nandini Sahiti. Pachipala Krishna Sirisha. Sirisha, if you're here, please join us on stage. Tippani Venkat, Sai Surya Lahari, if you're here. And finally, Shravani. These are all the students that we identified in yesterday's workshop. We also identified the people who were very active here today in this session. Jauki, could you please come up on the stage? Sahiti. Yeah, please come up on the stage. Lokesh Reddy. Satya Navya Varalakshmi. Satya, are you here? I think Satya left. Bashir. Is Bashir here? Yes, Bashir, please come up on the stage. Sanjay. Is Sanjay here with us? SSS Baba, if you're here, please join us on stage. Nandini Shah. And Hanish. Thank you all for your active participation today. And last but not least, I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. Arun, the faculty member from Aditya, who helped us coordinate this over the span of the last 2 days. So please join us, Mr. Arun. We are really grateful for your coordination. Thank you so much. Thank you, Venkat. Thank you, Keerti. So, thank you guys all for joining us for Iconnect 25. You guys were an awesome audience, right? And we hope to see you soon.